on a scale of, he loves scales.
Uh-huh.
On a scale of 0 to 100.
Not getting on him.
It's like what Mr. Lewin said to her is hearsay, Your Honor, even though he's trying to be funny.
Okay, I'll sustain that one.
Thank you.
Well, could I, all right, forget about what Mr. Lewin said. Let me ask you.
Let's all leave that.
I'll try to channel Mr. Lewin. On a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being, oh yeah, I got there 8 hours early for my flight, and 0 being, I did not want to come at all.
Yeah.
Where would you be?
Today I'd be at a 0. Previously I had said minus 1,000.
Okay. Are there, aside from leaving your kids, which is obvious for anyone who has kids, how did you say how old your kids were?
4 and 6.
Okay, sorry. Are there other ramifications to your life of testifying in this case that you view as either negative or positive?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of that.
I'm going to go to her credibility, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Overrule.
I emotionally, everything having to do with my mother's murder and this case is so difficult that approaching it at all is a something I'd rather avoid.
Okay. And it's fair to say you tried to avoid it with us, yes?
I have tried to avoid, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry for having to bring you down here. But I just have some questions we got to ask you.
Sure,
And if you don't understand something I ask you, please let me know, okay?
sure.
I'm going to be asking you about things that happened when you were younger, things that happened years ago. If you don't remember something, it's perfectly acceptable to say, I just don't remember. Do you understand that?
Yes,
If you remember part of something that's partly responsive to what I have to ask, but some parts your memory's not 100%, you can let us know that too. Do you understand that?
absolutely.
You, obviously you know why you're here today. Have you read media accounts about what has happened throughout the years?
No, I have avoided all media. I never watched the documentary. It's all been too upsetting for me. I've tried to avoid it.
Okay, but I'm assuming you read some things about the case?
Yeah, in anticipation of coming here, I had a friend contact me maybe 1 or 2 Sundays ago. She mentioned she saw it in the paper, and I did look at that.
Okay. And if you had read something or seen something throughout the years, could you promise us that you'd be able to just kind of testify about things today from what you have seen with your own eyes?
Absolutely.
What you've heard with your own ears?
Yes.
To the best
Sorry.
of your ability. Can you promise to do that?
Absolutely.
If at some point I'm asking you questions and you find that you're having a difficulty doing that, can you promise to kind of stop and take a pause and say, hold on, I'm not sure I'm able to do this right now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know a woman named Susan Berman?
Yes.
And
Did you hear me?
I'm going to show you a photograph. Sorry. I have a photo 243. May I mark this as People's 81?
Yes.
Show up on the screen in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
Who was that?
Susan and myself.
Approximately how old were you in that photo?
Probably 13.
Okay. You mentioned the word mother when you referred to Susan. Was Susan your biological mother?
No.
Okay. Did you, throughout your life, think of her as your mother? Well, not your whole life, but at some point?
Yes. Very much so.
Was she related to you by blood at all?
No.
Who are your biological parents?
Judy Hamilton and Paul Kaufman.
Are they together today?
No.
at some point in your life, were they no longer together?
Yes,
How early on in your life?
they separated when I was 2.5.
Okay. And who did you live with when they separated?
I stayed with my father and his new girlfriend, Nancy Kaslarian.
Okay. And where did you stay?
We moved from Brentwood to Venice Beach, but is that the question?
Okay.
Location.
Can you spell Caesarian?
Kaslarian, K-A-Z, maybe A-L. I haven't seen her. I don't remember. It's been,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
sorry.
So you lived in the Los Angeles area with your father,
Yes,
and that started when you were about 2.5 years old?
correct.
Okay. I think we lost a picture. It's no problem here. I'll just go on. What type of interactions did you have growing up with your biological mother?
I would see her on weekends between the ages, I believe, of maybe 6 and 13.
Okay.
Not every weekend,
Okay.
occasional weekends.
Would you describe your relationship with her as close growing up?
No,
How about Paul Kaufman? What was growing up? How close were you to him?
not very.
How active of a parent, if he was Paul Kaufman in your life?
Not active at all. Neglectful.
Okay. What did your father, growing up, to the best of your memory, do for a living?
He had various jobs. He was an actor. He had directed a movie in his youth. He worked for an insurance company at one point, I remember, when I was young. He had a improv troupe, and was doing some finance for a while.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I remember.
Have you previously spoken about his various careers and how he approached life in negative ways?
I've spoken about most things previously in negative ways, I would say, including that.
Okay. I have a photo. May I mark this as People's 82? 235. You recognize
It's
The
not
people-
on my screen, but I have a reflection.
it's not on yours?
No.
Could we try the wolf?
Yes.
With the same machine?
I'm pretty sure it's not on hers.
Let's just try it once. Actually, I can maybe just leave it on the screen and I'll approach. That's probably the best way to do this.
I can see it perfectly well.
Do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
Who are those people?
Susan and my father, Paul Kaufman.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes. 2.
And what are their names?
I'm sorry,
Who are they?
who are they? Sarab Kaufman, my older brother, and my older sister is Gretchen Ferriolo.
And how much older than you is your older sister?
10 years.
10 years older. Okay. And how about Sarah in relation to you?
2 years older.
2 years older. So you're the youngest of the family?
Yes.
All right. Where does your sister live now? What state?
In New Hampshire.
And how about Sarah?
Sarah lives in LA.
Growing up, you said your parents your biological parents separated when you were about 2.5, and you lived with your father, Paul, in Los Angeles area. I think you mentioned Brentwood and at some point moved to Venice, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you attend elementary school?
Canyon Elementary.
Okay. Where was that?
Down the hill from Santa Monica. I know, that's what I remember.
Did you stay at that school your entire elementary school career?
No, I ended up going to boarding school in the 3rd or 4th grade, probably 4th grade,
Okay. Where was that boarding school?
in Ojai.
In Ojai?
Yeah,
Okay. I assume then, I mean, it's called boarding school. I assume you lived there?
I did.
And did you live there the entire school year?
Yes.
When there was a break, a holiday break or some other school break, would you stay in Ojai?
No,
What would you do?
I would return to my father's house.
How about on the summers, while you were at that boarding school? Would you stay over the summers at the boarding school?
I returned to my father's house.
Okay. And who was he living with at those times when you were returning?
He had a girlfriend named Karina.
Okay. And at some point, when you returned on one of those breaks, did you meet somebody new in your life?
Yes.
Who was that?
I met Susan Berman coming home to visit on weekends or holidays.
Around how old were you when you came home and here's Susan Berman in your life?
6th grade, middle of the year, probably 11.
Where was Susan living at the time when you came home and met her?
She was living in Brentwood on Coin Street.
Okay. What were the circumstances under which you met her? What was her relationship, if any, to your family?
The first time I met her.
Yeah.
She and my father had gone to Chadwick boarding school when they were younger. And she had a dear friend, Susie Harmon, and my father's best friend, Peter Harmon, were brother and sister. And so it was sort of a reintroduction for my father and her through close friends.
When you came home and you met Susan Berman, had
Yeah.
she already formed some form of a relationship with your father?
It was in the early stages. I may have even been there the first night she was introduced for Shabbat or something. She came for dinner. Yeah.
My fault. Eventually, did she form a relationship with your father?
Yes.
What type of relationship was that?
First it was a friendship, and then it became romantic and quick to an engagement.
Okay. What was your first impressions of Susan as a 6th grader coming home from boarding school and you meet this woman? What was your first impressions of her?
She was really unique. You know, at that age, I wasn't necessarily terribly fascinated by all of my father's friends. But she really stood out to me. She was very different looking than, you know, my father's, not that they were dating at this time, but my father's type was really like a tall, thin blonde. And so she was very unique in her appearance to me. And then she was able to essentially send what was my father's girlfriend, Karina, to her bedroom over dinner in a subtle and socially acceptable way, which I found fascinating. So I was very, I was, you know, fascinated, interested.
I understand. What do you mean by that? Then your father's girlfriend?
Karina, my father's girlfriend, who he had lived with for a couple of years, was a very cold woman. And they had created this Friday night dinner, and when they all sat down to eat, I was at the table as well. Somehow, with comments that Susan made, Karina got so upset that she rushed off to the bedroom in a huff and didn't stay for dinner, for the dinner party.
How much time passed after that where your father's girlfriend, Katrina, kind of left the picture and Susan came into the picture?
Yeah, I mean, I returned to boarding school, and that pretty much, for me, that was a blink of an eye. I don't have exact dates.
You don't know. Okay. So Are you trying to explain that in some sense, through whatever Susan said or did, she was able to sort of,
Yes?
I think it's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
are you, I'm just trying to understand, now tell me if I'm wrong.
In other words, explaining the previous testimony and clarifying it is not leading because it's not suggesting the answer, it's identifying the answer, so overruled.
Are you saying that based on whatever Susan was able to say at that dinner table, you're sitting there as a young child with your father, his girlfriend, and his female friend, based on whatever words she was able to do, from your perception, what you saw, she was able to kind of work her way into that table and have the girlfriend removed to another room?
Yeah, I can elaborate a little bit.
Sure.
Karina was a large part of the reason I went to boarding school. Not that I hated boarding school by any means. It was okay. And
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but
Yes?
the relevance of all of this.
I'm,
Oh, overruled. You may continue your answer.
thank you. So I sort of saw Karina as a force on her own.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I was, I don't know, I just keep coming back to fascinated. I was really sort of blown away, and there was a knowingness between Susan and I, like we had a knowing glance.
Are you saying that at that table when she did this, she gave you some form of a look?
Yes.
What type of look?
A sweet look, a sideways look, a look like I'm taking care of her for you.
Okay. Did you at some point, on your trips back home from boarding school, get to know Susan a little more?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And at some point, did you come to realize this woman is going to remain a part of my life?
Yeah, I would say probably within 6 to 8 months, we had become incredibly close. And it was not long after that that she was very clear in her conversation with me that she would never disappoint me or abandon me like my other parents had.
She said that to you?
Yeah.
How long did you stay at boarding school?
Oh, she brought me back from boarding school.
When you say she, who brought you back from boarding school?
Susan had my father bring me home from boarding school.
So that was, did you want to be at boarding school?
If there was a parent there who I liked and loved, like Susan, absolutely not.
Okay. So it was Susan who basically said, your daughter's coming home and she's living back here.
Yes.
What grade were you when you came home?
Summer before 7th grade.
And where were you guys living when you came home?
I think I first came home to Kenter, the house my dad had in Brentwood on Kenter.
Mm-hmm.
And then we all moved in together likely by Christmas time, if my memory serves.
And you said, I'm sorry, the name of the street was?
Kenter.
Kenter. What city was that in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What city did you say that was in?
Oh, yeah, no, that's here in Brentwood.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a photo. I marked this as People's 83.
Yes.
Who did you, it's not yet. May I approach? I'm going to hand this to the witness. Who did you live with at the Cantor Street address?
My father and my brother.
How about Susan?
No.
Okay. Where was Susan at that time?
We were all becoming a family. It was probably a 6-month period. She lived on Coyne Street in Brentwood.
In Brentwood?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the people in People's 83?
Yes.
Is that Susan and your father? And who's that young woman with that hairstyle and in the middle?
That's me.
Okay.
Yes, that's Susan, my father, and me in the middle.
Do you have any way of knowing, could you estimate when how old you were in that photo? Do you know? Based on your hairstyle or your clothes or?
Yes, that was likely, that was likely 7th grade, so maybe that following year from when I came, sometime in the following year that I came back from boarding school.
I know it's kind of hard to be, what's the word? I think it's the right word, retrospective, like to examine yourself.
Right.
Introspective.
Introspective, right. There you go. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Retro would be like in the past. Introspective. What, if you can, I don't know if you can or not, but if you try to think back at yourself as you were, your personality was, as you appeared at that period in your life, do you think you were an easy teenager for a woman to come into your family and deal with?
I think she was up to the challenge, but yeah, no, I had a lot of inconsistency, and it was hard for me to trust family.
Okay. And when you first met her, did you trust her?
No.
Did your relationship with her develop over time?
Yes.
How close did you guys become?
Mother and daughter plus, I would say.
Describe the kinds of things Susan would do with you growing up.
Well, there was so much. We did homework together. We sat at the kitchen table and talked endlessly. We went out to dinner together. We went to yoga. She would read all sorts of books and hand them on to me. We'd watch series and movies together. We'd go to the library to work on a school project. She would involve me in her work projects. I think she wanted to see if it would spark interest or just expose me. We ran errands together. I went with her on errands.
Was Susan as close to your brother Sarah?
He's different. They had a different relationship, and I can't pretend to know the emotional component.
Who spent more time with Susan?
Yeah, me. My father and my brother, in a way, were like we came back home to them for an occasional dinner, kind of thing, or for family vacations or holidays. They weren't as active.
Okay. How involved was Susan in your life, and how could you best describe that?
Can we get a time frame that we're talking about here, please?
Yes, please clarify the time.
Sure. So as a young child, after she moved in and formed this relationship with you and was doing homework with you and taking you, so I'm talking about your elementary school years that you knew her up until your high school years. How close?
So from 11 until I went off to college, we were, and after I went off to college even, but until I went off to college, we were inseparable, and it was a crazy involvement to the point where, I actually felt extremely controlled.
Okay. Did you feel extremely controlled? When did that feeling start?
Likely around 16.
Okay. Your children are young, but I have a 15-year-old daughter, and I'm telling you, it's not abnormal that there's that friction between them. You would understand that?
Yes.
Was there some periods of friction between you and Susan throughout her life?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure we'll talk about some of that, but putting that friction aside, from your perspective, based on what you saw about Susan, how committed was she to you?
Yeah, 100%. I felt like her number one priority.
How much from your perspective, based on what you saw and experienced, how much did she love you?
I felt extremely loved.
Did you get those feelings from your father?
No.
How much time did your father, well, I already asked you that, but who spent more time with you? Your father or Susan?
Susan.
Who gave you more advice?
Susan.
In your teen years, who was the greatest parent figure in your life?
Susan.
And is it a fair statement that you were closer to Susan than either your biological mother or your father?
Absolutely. She was my only parent.
Did you continue to live in that Brentwood apartment with your father?
No, it was a house, and no, we all moved into her house. That was probably when I was about 12, before 7th grade.
Where was that house?
And her house was on Coyne in Brentwood.
So that's when you were around how old?
12.
Okay.
Probably just 12.
And do you remember what year it was the first time you lived with her? Did you previously say it was around the summer of '87?
I'd have to do the math.
That's fine. You were 12. That's fine.
Yeah.
And how long did you live there on Coyne Street with Susan?
Probably 4 years.
And who lived there in that house with you during that period of time?
For 3.5 of those years, possibly, or 3 of those years, my brother and my father as well.
And Susan?
And Susan, yes.
And where did you guys move next?
Susan and I moved to a condo on Altaloma in Hollywood.
Okay. And it was just you and Susan?
Yes.
Where did your brother go at that time?
I remember him being in San Francisco. I think at some point he came back to LA and maybe stayed with my dad for a while, but I don't know. I wasn't very aware of what they were doing.
So had Susan and your father separated at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Was this before or after they eventually went to New York?
This is after.
After. Okay. So I'm mixing up the time periods a little bit. We'll get back to the New York thing in a minute, but you lived with Susan alone at Altaloma.
Correct.
Okay. And this is going into your high school years?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, did Susan and or your father leave the Los Angeles area?
Yes.
Okay.
When I was around 15, we all lived on Coyne Street in Brentwood.
Okay.
And Susan and my father went to live in New York for a period of time for their play. They were attempting to get a play on Broadway or something, The Dreyfus Affair.
Okay. So Susan and your father went to New York to try to produce this play, The Dreyfus Affair?
Correct.
And where did you stay when that happened?
I stayed Brentwood on Coyne Street.
And what about Sarah?
That's when I believe he went to San Francisco.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
So was anyone living with you on Coyne Street?
Not for that period of time. Susan would come back and visit. I don't know how long of a period it was.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Approximately how long was it that they were gone in New York and you were kind of left back be home?
It couldn't have been a full school year, but how much of that year I don't know. So I would sort of guess 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
It might have been less. Honestly, I don't remember.
And would your father check on you while he was gone?
No.
Would Susan check on you while you were gone?
Yeah, I think we spoke daily.
Okay. So she'd call you every day on the phone?
Yeah.
How often did your father call you?
No, never.
Did Susan send you money
Yes.
while she was gone?
Yes.
And would Susan come back to Los Angeles to check on you periodically?
Yeah, I think probably at least every 3 weeks. I mean, it may have been a 3-month period of time, and she'd come back every 3 weeks. Somewhere.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't have an exact memory of the exact amount of time they were gone.
Right, I don't. Sorry.
Okay.
But yes, she would come back.
Who would come back to see you and visit you while they were gone more, Susan or your father?
My father never came back. Susan came back for long weekends.
Financially, what was Susan's life like at the point where her and her father left and go to New York to work on this musical?
She was wealthy.
Okay. Did she have any problems providing things you needed?
No,
Did she ever hesitate to spend money on you?
no.
Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, she had lived a wealthy and lavish, no financial stress, and she actually it was a big shock for me when I first lived with her how much money she was constantly spending on me, and it was kind of wild. I eventually kind of got used to it.
Okay. When they went and left you and went to New York to work on this project, how did the project go?
Didn't happen. And she came back and they were breaking up.
Okay. Did they both come back?
No, my father stayed in New York.
Before I expand upon that, I have a photo. May I mark this as People's 83, Your Honor?
Yeah, 84.
I'm sorry, 84. And another one, may I mark this as People's 85?
Yeah.
84 is 240. This is People's 84. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, who is that in that photo?
That is left to right is me, Susan, and Sarah.
All right. And then if you look at People's 85,
Same. Me, Susan, and Sarah.
so when Susan came home, I asked you and I apologize, did you say your father did or didn't come home?
He did not.
Did you stay in Los Angeles after this thing fell apart, the Dreyfus Affair project? Immediately, did you stay at home, or did you even, as for some period, go to New York?
I think I went to see my father for a week in New York, and I was aware that it was a possibility for me to live with him, which I felt pretty certain was not going to be okay.
And did you express what your desires were at that time?
Yeah, when Susan came back from New York and they had had a fight, I remember we were sitting in the park and the dogs were running around, and before she could even really get it out, I said, well, obviously I'm staying with you, which, she was pretty thrilled about and tearful, and
What was her demeanor when you told her, you know what, I want to stay with you?
she was touched and relieved.
Did she appear to you to be relieved?
I'm sorry.
Did she appear relieved to you?
Maybe she was, there was a deep gratitude in our relationship as mother and daughter, having both kind of been orphans and found each other. So it was more like a gratitude and a overwhelm.
Did she ever hesitate at all to take you as her child and take you to her home?
I never considered that it would be anything but.
And from her reactions and her responses to you, did it appear to you that she ever considered it would be anything but, of course, you're going to live with me?
Right, I should say it more clearly. We were sort of, to take a moment to find the right words, but our relationship, her being able to be a mother, me being able to be a daughter, was really precious, and I probably, like with the biological mom, she wouldn't have assumed that I would go elsewhere, and neither would I.
Mm-hmm.
Except for I can see where maybe she had a little trepidation or fear since she didn't have legal custody.
Sure. What kind of reaction did you get, if you got any reaction, from your father when it was decided that you're just going to come back to Los Angeles and live with Susan?
It was never a discussion.
So did you move back to Los Angeles?
Yeah. I had just been in New York for a week on sort of a trial. I don't remember the circumstances. It seems odd.
Okay.
I'm not sure why we were even going through that pretense, but yeah, I returned quickly.
And your father, did he return to Los Angeles or did he stay in New York?
He stayed in New York, and I don't actually know exactly when he returned.
Okay. How much relationship or contact did you have with your father from that point forward for the next 10 years up until Susan's death?
Yeah, probably 3 times.
Okay. Did you, you guys lived in Alta Loma when you came back?
Yes.
And did you eventually finish high school?
Yes.
And did you go to college?
Yes.
Where'd you go to college?
University of Oregon.
How supportive or not supportive was Susan in your decision to go to college and the University of Oregon?
There was not an option for me to not go to college, and she was supportive of my choice.
When you say it was not an option, who was it not an option for?
Yes, there was, that just wasn't part of the expectations.
From Susan?
Yes.
While you were at the University of Oregon, to the best of your memory, where was Sarah living?
I don't know.
Okay. When you came home, well,
He was in LA. He was living in LA.
did you come home for breaks and summers while you were at the University of Oregon?
Yes.
Where would you stay when you came home?
With Susan.
Did she live at Alta Loma address the entire time that you were in the University of Oregon?
No, freshman year she lived at Alta Loma, and by my sophomore year she had moved to Benedict Canyon.
Okay. And is that the home where she was eventually killed?
Yes.
So when you would come home on breaks, would you stay at that home with her?
Yes.
And was that at 1537 Benedict Canyon?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions about your memories of Susan's personality, okay?
Okay.
And first, let me just ask you generally. Would you sit here today and say that all of Susan's personality traits were positive?
No.
Do you have memories of some of her negative personality traits?
Yes.
I hope you don't mind, but let me ask you about some of the positives first, okay?
Yes. Okay.
Can you just describe for this jury, to the best of your ability, what were some of the best personality traits that Susan Berman had?
She had an unbelievable awareness for the value of too vague but human connection or relationships. She had a depth of love for those who were friends and family that was, and just an appreciation of how precious those relationships were. That was I don't know, remarkable. Very. I think anyone would be sort of stunned. It would not be your average person at all. She also was very bright and very entertaining, and incredibly supportive.
What do you mean by entertaining?
She was a lot of fun, and she was a great storyteller. She also was, I wanted to say socially graceful, but that's not right. She was socially very effective. I don't know. So she had a way of drawing you out of yourself and making it a really good time. And she was a lot of fun to talk to. Lots of laughing.
as a teenager growing up. And you were, I think you described you did so many things with her. Would she cart you around pretty much everywhere she went?
Yes.
How fun did she make that for you? Some people go take their kids around with them doing their work, and it's kind of like, oh, I don't want to go.
No, it was all just awesome. Whether we were sitting at the kitchen table till 2 in the morning on a school night, laughing after, or driving in her car on an errand, it all had a depth of sweetness and love, and then extreme entertainment.
How smart was she?
I'd say she's pretty much brilliant. I mean, she was very, very bright.
How
I'm sorry?
How either focused and motivated or not focused and motivated was she?
She would get incredibly focused and was insanely motivated. So there just kind of was no such thing as Susan not getting what she focused on.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, she was incredibly effective in what she went after.
From the Susan that you knew and all the time you spent with her, how often was Susan successful in getting what she set her mind to get?
Seemed like pretty much all the time until the very end with some business stuff.
How do you hear the last part?
She got pretty much everything she put her mind to until the very end when she was having issues with business.
Okay. This was close to her time of death.
Yes.
How determined was Susan to achieve her goal once she set her mind on something?
Yeah, completely. Unwavering. Screw your courage to the sticking point was her saying.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Screw your courage to the sticking point.
Did she ever explain to you what she meant by that?
Well, it was self-explanatory.
Okay. Let's now talk about some of Susan's, what you perceived as negative qualities.
Okay.
What were some of her negative qualities?
She was incredibly manipulative, fearful, extremely controlling, and could be pretty dysregulated.
Dysregulated?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
She wasn't always able to contain her emotions or her, I don't want to say mental health, but to some extent, she could be laid up with a migraine in bed for many days. She could, she would soar high when she was going after something, and she could collapse. She was prone to collapsing.
Okay.
She's prone to collapses?
Yeah, more
I
emotional.
just didn't hear your word.
Okay.
When you say collapses, you were answering the judge. You said something about more emotionally.
More emotional collapses, yeah.
Okay. And have you previously described Susan as potentially she could be vindictive if someone did something that she didn't like?
Oh, yes. That was actually what I considered her worst quality.
Okay.
She was incredibly vindictive.
Okay.
It was disturbing to me.
I want to first, let's go through, you mentioned some things. Let's talk about, you said she was extremely controlling.
Yes.
How much control, from your perspective, did Susan need to have in any given situation?
100%.
What do you mean by that?
There was no room for anybody else to have a voice or to have any control over absolutely any part of something she was involved in.
Let's assume that Susan was going to be involved with someone else in some form of a plan to do something.
Uh-huh.
Was she the type of person who would take any kind of directions from someone?
No, in fact, directions could lead to cutting off the relationship.
What about in crisis situations? What was she like in crisis situations? Say a friend had some crisis. From your perspective, your experience. Well, let me take a step back. Did you ever have any crises growing up?
Yes,
Were you present when Sarah had crises around her growing up?
yes.
Do you have experience of how Susan handled crises?
Yeah, it was a constant with all the friends and people in her life. She was handling their crises as well.
And you were with her, right next to her during all this?
Yes. If I wasn't hearing it myself, she was telling me everything about it.
And can you describe for the jury, what was Susan like when a friend had a crisis?
100% committed, there to take over and to fix it.
Would Susan, if there was a crisis and there was going to be a solution to this crisis, who would come up with the solution?
Susan would.
How much did she listen to other people's input on how to handle this crisis?
I never really witnessed her being able to tolerate that.
If there was a crisis with a close friend, and Susan were going to somehow get involved in helping to come up with a solution to that crisis, based on your experience, your life experience with Susan, how confident are you that she will be the one stepping up, taking charge, calling the shots, trying to figure out what we're going to do?
100%.
You discussed that she was extremely manipulative.
Yes.
How manipulative was she?
I don't know how to even really explain it. I definitely feel that she felt that it was a requirement for her survival. And so that could extend to anything from a parking attendant to my teacher to something to do with work to her friends in need. She was manipulative with most of the world from what I saw, besides, I don't want to say she completely wasn't manipulative with me, but she didn't wear that same protective sort of manipulation with me.
Was there anyone in your life that you've ever known who was more manipulative than Susan Berman?
No.
Did you ever see Susan manipulate her friends?
Yes.
Did you see her manipulate her closest friends?
I know the answer is yes. I can't recall a specific instance off the top of my head, but the answer is yes.
Based on the Susan Berman that you knew and your life experiences with her, in your opinion, would it be within Susan's character to manipulate even her best, closest friend to get something that she really felt she needed?
Yes. Yes.
Did you ever learn about Susan's upbringing?
Of course.
And who did you learn about that from?
From Susan.
So all these questions I'm going to ask you about her upbringing and her mentality growing up, what she learned. I want you to tell us things that you know because Susan told you growing up throughout the years, okay?
Okay.
I don't want you to tell us about things you saw on TV shows or heard from other people or read anywhere.
Yeah,
I just want you to
there's
tell
not
us.
much of that. I'm sorry.
I just want you to tell us about things that Susan told you growing up, okay?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you what her childhood was like?
Yes.
What'd she say?
Well, she grew up with a mobster father and a mother who was collapsed, emotionally collapsed. And She grew up in the Flamingo Hotel, and, you know, she had a very lavish life. She was treated like a princess, and her father was everything to her. Not that she didn't adore her mom, but her mom was not well.
Okay. You said her father was everything to her?
Yes,
How often would she talk about her father?
all the time.
What kinds of things would she say about him?
She mainly would agonize about, I don't know, she mainly would express love and grief, and a honoring, loyalty, a respect maybe.
Okay. And when you say your father was a mobster,
Yeah.
did she tell you about how he was involved in the mob in Las Vegas and he was living at she was living in the Flamingo Hotel with him? And
Yeah, and she told me, and I read her book early on about, you know, discovering that he was a mobster, and she told me about her birthday parties, and she told me how she felt. She told me about her mean grandmother, who she kicked in the shins for calling her mom a shiksa. She told me about going into doing things to entertain herself at the Flamingo. I don't.
did she tell you, you mentioned birthday parties. How would she describe her childhood birthday parties growing up?
You know, lavish. She specifically, I remember her specifically saying that there were like rooms full of gifts where she just couldn't even get through them all. And that, you know, Liberace came to one of her birthdays and performed, and just, you know, this very lavish life.
Did she tell you whether she had any bodyguards?
Yes, she grew up with bodyguards. Yes.
Did she tell you she would do stuff with them socially growing up?
Yeah. They would drive her around. She'd hang out with them. They might play cards. They'd order room service.
Did you ever discuss with Susan, based on this lifestyle, growing up a mobster's daughter, you know, playing cards with bodyguards, having Liberace play at her birthday party, this whole mentality that she had growing up and experiences she had growing up, did you ever have discussions with her about what that did for her in terms of giving her a sense of loyalty?
No.
Did you ever, based on these discussions you had with her and your experiences you had with her, did you form opinions as to what her sense of loyalty was?
Yeah.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. She said no.
Overruled.
Yeah, go ahead, tell us.
Yeah, she was one of the most loyal people I've ever known. Loyalty came first. Loyalty came first with Susan. Maybe right after whatever she felt she had to do to survive, in terms of manipulation. But she was incredibly loyal, and you know, I sort of deduced at one point that you know, that likely came from her morals and her upbringing. I mean, there was a mobster-like loyalty. It wasn't about right or wrong. It was just about loyalty.
Are you saying that with Susan, it wasn't necessarily about right or wrong, it was more about loyalty?
Yes.
The Susan that you knew, was she more concerned with what was right or wrong, or was she more concerned with being loyal to her friends?
Loyal to her friends.
You mentioned the word gangster. Have you previously described Susan as having a gangster mentality?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think she had like a gangster type of mentality?
Ish. Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't have seen it that way having been raised by her until I have seen such different experiences now in the world.
Given the loyalty that you knew Susan to have with her friends, if a friend came to her and had a problem and needed help, would she help?
Always.
What if this problem involved a criminal act they had committed?
Sustain.
Have you ever been around Susan when someone had done something criminal and she stepped in to help them out?
Always.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
Oral.
Yeah, always. In fact, if someone were in that kind of trouble,
There is no foundation, and it's really relevant to the,
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection.
I can lay
The
more-
answer may stand. Clarify with,
Sure.
With a different question.
Sure. What type of situations were you present for where someone close to Susan had problems with the law? What types of situations?
well, there were a few with my brother.
Did your
And-
brother get involved in some situations with the law?
Yeah, he was working at Chin Chin's or something and was stealing credit cards. He stole a car and had a 15-car pileup.
Okay.
She got him out of those situations.
So,
I'm not sure they heard, you said she got
She
him out?
got him, she was completely dedicated to getting him out and getting his record expunged. In fact, they went to a really fabulous attorney who didn't think that he could get him off, and so she fired him and found someone else and did eventually get him off. And my father was not in support of doing this for my brother, but Susan did it.
okay.
So I just wanted you to keep your voice up when you answer. I was
Okay,
just- That's all.
thank you. Okay.
I guess the question I have for you is, did Susan ever help, in your experience, did she ever hesitate in your experience to help someone close to her with a problem, even if they had done something wrong?
Never hesitated. There wasn't even a sense of it being right or wrong. It was just an issue of taking care of a loved one's problem.
Okay. Did Susan have dogs while you knew her and lived at Benedict Canyon?
Yes.
Do you remember their names?
Yeah. She had her dog Lulu had a breed when we were on Coin Street. By the time she was on Benedict Canyon, she had 3 of them, Romeo, Golda, and Lulu.
Okay. I have a photograph. May I mark this as, are we in 86?
yes.
People's 86.
Yes.
I have another photograph. May I mark this as People's 87?
You may.
And a final photograph. May I mark this as People's 88?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you first what's been marked as People's 86. You see that up there?
Yeah.
Would you like me to hand you? You don't have to keep track.
That's okay.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that Susan there?
Yes.
What house is that? Do you recognize that house?
It's Coin Street in Brentwood.
Okay. I'm going to show you now.
Coin is C-O-Y-N-E. C-O-Y-N-E.
I believe so. It might be a K. I can't remember. Sorry. Long time ago now.
Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, we'll stipulate that
Yes.
coin, the court can take judicial notice that coin is spelled C-O-Y-N-E.
Right. That's fine. It's just a matter of reporting it accurately.
That's fine, Your Honor.
So I'm showing you what's now been marked as People's 87. 215. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Susan and Lulu.
And where is this? The Coin Street
This
home?
is, yeah, the Coin Street house.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's 88. 224. Who is that?
Lulu and Susan.
How much did Susan either like or not like her dogs?
She adored her dogs.
How much did she adore her dogs?
I don't even know how to reasonably answer that. My old clothes or just clothes I left behind for college were used to clean up their messes. It's like the dogs were, I don't know how to even explain it.
They meant a lot to her?
They meant a lot to her, yeah.
Did she keep them all together, usually?
Meaning she would, no, they couldn't, by Benedict Canyon, they really couldn't be in the same room. I think partially that time on Alta Loma and that condo, they got pretty cooped up, and they're high maintenance dogs, lots of energy.
What were they like, the dogs?
Extremely yippy, loud, and tons of pent-up energy, and they were sort of prone to attacking each other by the time she lived on Benedict Canyon.
Okay.
And so she kept them in separate rooms
When,
most of the time.
sorry, my fault. When someone would come to the front door or knock on the door, how would the dogs react?
They would just freak out. Yeah, it was chaos.
And when you say chaos, we're talking about barking.
Barking, attacking each other. They could have to be rushed to the vet. Like one would bite the other in the jugular. I don't know. They had gone crazy at that point. It was just insane.
Sounds like you're describing the courtroom sometimes when jurors aren't here, but I'm joking. If someone was in the home who wasn't normally in the home, how would the dogs react?
Yeah, chaos.
Based on your knowledge of those dogs, if I were to tell you, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. I'm going to get your reaction from it, okay?
Okay.
Susan Berman was in her house in the morning, and she bent down to pick something up, and there was a stranger in her house, and the dogs were there, and she had no idea the stranger was in the house. What would your reaction be?
What would the dog's reaction
No,
be?
what would your reaction be to that hypothetical? That
Oh.
Susan could be unaware of a stranger in her house.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not possible. The dogs would have just absolutely lost it.
Did the dogs wear leashes?
Always.
When you say always, what do you mean by that?
By the time we were on Benedict Canyon, they really had gone kind of nuts. Not in a cute way. And she handled it by having a leash on each one and putting them in separate rooms. And so the leashes were always there so she could, separate.
Okay. So if Susan, one of these dogs had a leash on it, would that mean that Susan had taken him for a walk?
No.
How often did Susan walk these dogs outside of away from the property?
Benedict Canyon, that's 0.
Okay. She never took him for walks?
Not from there, no. There weren't streets and stuff. There weren't sidewalks, rather.
I have a photograph. May I mark this as People's 89?
Yeah.
Is that Susan Berman?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about these stories before we move on to the next topic. You talked about Susan talking to you about her childhood. Did she ever show you pictures from her childhood?
Yeah, I grew up with them all over the walls, blown up.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. I just want to see if you recognize them, okay?
Okay.
I have a photo. May I mark this as People's 90, Your Honor?
I'm sorry. When have we done with 89, though?
Oh,
You just identified that it's Susan Berman?
yeah, just identified as Susan Berman.
Okay.
Well, Do you know where this picture was taken?
Yes and no. I can deduce because of the outfit and what she was doing work-wise at the time, but I was not there. I know the other ones.
Okay. All right. I have a stack of photos. I marked them as People's 90, People's 91, People's 92, and People's 93.
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 90. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
It's her father, her, and her mother.
Okay. Do you know where this photo was taken?
Likely at the Flamingo Hotel having dinner.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's 91. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah, father and other gangsters.
Which one is the father?
Second from the left.
So there's one gentleman kind of holding his hand up at an angle in front of him. It's the gentleman seated right next to him.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as People's 92. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
Who's this a picture of?
Her father, Davy, Gladys, and Susan.
Okay. And did Susan refer to him and tell you he'd previously been called Baby the Jew, Berman?
I did know about that. I do know about that.
Okay. I'm showing you what's marked as People's 93. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is this another photo?
Susan and her father.
Okay. And these photos that I've just shown you, People's 90 through People's 93, are these all photos that Susan Berman shared with you growing up and that were blown up and put on your wall?
Yes.
Did you, what was your relationship with Susan just prior to her death?
It was very estranged. She had cut off contact with me.
The word is strange.
I think you said estranged?
Estranged. She had cut off contact with me because as I was individuating in college, I decided to go visit my biological sister in New Hampshire for the first time, and it was cutting into half of the break where I would return home. And she was outraged and ended the relationship. I likely could have mended, but I was pretty stubborn at the time.
Before the relationship was just ended at that period, did Susan try to at all manipulate you to get you to not go there and stay with her?
I mean, by saying that she was no longer my mother, I'd say that was a pretty strong manipulation
Yeah.
attempt.
How long of a period did you go without speaking to Susan before her death?
Probably a year and a half.
Did you ever know anyone named Robert Durst?
Yes.
And did you ever meet him?
Yes.
Would Susan talk to you about him?
Yes.
Let's pause for a second. This is not connected. Let's make sure that he can hear. Okay.
I'm not through at this point.
You know, we could take our break. So we take a 15-minute break for our reporter. We'll take care of our technical problems also right now.
Okay.
So do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 15-minute break until, well, we'll go actually until 10:40. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. in People versus Robert Durst. Mr. Durst is present with Mr. Chesnoff, Mr. DeGuerin. Mr. Milius is at council table, and Mr. Bailey at the lectern. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Miata, Mr. Henderson are nearby. Our witness, Noah Kaufman, has resumed the witness stand. I'll remind you that you're under oath. And you may continue with your direct examination of the witness, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think when we broke, we were discussing, had you met Robert Durst before?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
He would come visit.
Can you just speak up a little bit?
Yes, he would come visit.
Okay. And I have a photo of my mark. This is People's 94.
Yes.
That's Susan, right?
Yes,
And who's the person she's got her arms around?
Bobby Durst.
Okay. And do you see Bobby Durst in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Just point to him, please.
She gestured in this direction, identifying Mr. Durst.
Thank you. How many times would you estimate it is you met Mr. Durst?
A few.
Aside from meeting him, would Susan talk about Mr. Durst?
Yeah, it felt like I knew him just because he was such an important person in her life, and I heard so much about him.
What would she call him?
But name-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby.
Okay. What did Susan tell you about her relationship with Bobby? Like in terms of how close they were?
Oh, yeah, best friend, adores him like family.
What would Susan's demeanor be like when she spoke about her friend, Mr. Durst?
She would light up a bit.
Okay. Would she seem excited when you say light up? Would she seem
Yeah.
excited when she talked about him?
Yeah.
How, based on your discussions with Susan and you watching her demeanor when she spoke about him, how close were the defendant and Susan Berman?
I can only speak from what I saw on her side,
Yep.
which was as close as much as she can care about a friend, as much as she could be close.
Okay. Did you know anything from Susan about Mr. Durst, the defendant's wife, Kathleen Durst?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions now. We'll strike them. Did Susan ever discuss with you any situation involving the defendant? Well, strike that actually. I apologize, Your Honor. Did Susan ever talk to you about any situations involving any friends she had whose wives had gone missing?
Can we get a foundation as to time?
Yeah, clarifying. Well,
Yeah,
narrow
well,
it down.
I just answer yes or no, and then I'll follow up with that.
Yes.
Yes.
She did?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you approximately when this conversation took place?
12 or 13 in there. Probably 13, 14, actually.
Okay. And this conversation that I'm going to ask you about obviously happened many years ago, right?
Yes.
And it happened when you were a teenager.
8th grade. Happened in 8th grade.
You were in 8th grade. Okay. So, as I'm asking you these questions, please let us know if you have trouble remembering certain things, or if you don't, and whether if you remember certain parts of things and don't remember other parts of things, that's acceptable too. But just do your best just to be completely honest about what you remember from your own memories, okay?
Okay.
This memory that we're about to discuss, is this a memory that lasted with you throughout the years, or is it a memory that came back to you at a certain point in time?
I'd say it's a memory that if I had been directly asked, I would have immediately recalled. But without being asked, it did not come up when discussing Susan.
Okay. So, was this one conversation with Susan, or was this a series of conversations on this topic?
Probably the one. I mean, I'm sure it was maybe vaguely referenced, but not the most important piece of information about her friendship.
Okay. What was the context under which this discussion came up between you and Susan, to the best of your memory?
We went to the UCLA library to research a feminist interpretation of the Bible for my English class. And when we were leaving, I believe, we were on Sunset, and she was, it was just another interesting story she was telling me, and she was telling me about her friend and how his wife had disappeared and how she had been an alibi or made a phone call for him so that it wasn't suspicious. And she left it kind of like a cliffhanger. She left me in suspense, like, did he do it? And she kind of smirked and said, I don't know, what do you think, kind of thing.
Uh-huh. And was that typical or atypical of Susan as she would tell you things about her past, the way she told these events to you?
Typical.
What do you mean by that? Explain.
She was able to make, she was a storyteller. She was able to make stories exciting and interesting. She knew how to deliver them.
And at the time when she was saying this to you, did she use names of who was involved, or did she just refer to this as a friend?
Names.
Okay. Who was she talking about?
Bobby Durst and his wife, Kathleen.
Okay. Well, did she use the word Kathleen, or did she just say his wife?
I can't really remember at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
To the best of your memory, exactly what do you remember her saying?
I think I pretty much said it the best I can, which is, a suspenseful story involving her dear friend, Bobby Durst, and the history of their connection, and his wife going missing, and her stepping in, making a phone call, and leaving it as a suspense.
And you talked about it as a suspense. Was it all in just one stream, this version of events, or was it kind of drawn out over a period of time in the car?
It was, I'm guessing, but it was in one.
Okay.
I mean, it was in a 10-minute period,
And when you say you're guessing, you're doing your best to remember events that happened when you were like 14.
What I mean is, I can't give it a minute. I was going to try to give it like an exact minute of time. It was not a half an hour. It was not over a long drive. It was, I remember the stretch of Sunset Boulevard that we were on.
Based on your experiences with Susan Berman and what you knew about her, assuming that her friend Bobby had done something and it involved his missing wife, would she hesitate to step in and make calls on his behalf to try to help him in the situation?
Sustained. Speculation. Don't answer.
If Susan, in the crises situations that you were involved in throughout your life growing up, where you saw her step in and help people out, was Susan the kind of person when she helped someone out, let's say she was going to call someone, assume, to try to help someone out of a situation, and let's say there's like 3 levels of people that she could call. Would Susan start at the bottom in terms of who she would call to try to help someone?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I think it's vague. Sustained.
Let's assume you have a situation in your school. Were there situations in your school ever where Susan got involved in helping you out with issues you had at school?
Absolutely.
And let's say you had an issue at school with Susan and it involved your teacher. Okay?
Yes.
Would Susan call the teacher or would she call someone else?
No, she would go straight to the principal and try to get that teacher fired.
Okay. So based on your experiences with Susan, if she's going to help someone out of a situation by making calls, based on what you experienced personally, based on what you just described, is she the type of person who's going to hesitate to go into the top of the food chain?
Your Honor, assumes facts not evidence, calls for speculation.
I'll sustain it.
Thank you.
I see where you're going, but
Okay.
I don't think this is necessary.
I have anecdotal.
Don't even.
Oh, don't even.
Answer
Okay.
that. If he may ask you a related question, but not that one.
The way Susan Berman talked about who she called Bobby, her friend, did she ever speak negatively about him?
No.
Based on the Susan that you know and your experiences with her growing up, and given what you knew about how she spoke about Bobby and her feelings about Bobby, do you know of any reason, in your opinion, why Susan would say that he was involved to you with his missing wife, if that were not true?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overall.
No.
In fact, based on the experiences of Susan that you had and how she spoke about Bobby, if she was going to tell you a story involving her friend Bobby and involved his involvement with his missing wife, what would you expect her to do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's just asking the same question, ask and answer, the same question in a different form.
It's a different question.
It's definitely different, but it's the same.
Okay, let me look at that. Hold on a second.
I could be more specific if you'd like.
Let me, I got this wonderful technology here. I'm going to take
Yes.
advantage of it.
Thank you.
Let's see. Sustain the objection that it is vague.
Okay.
You may restate the
Thank you.
question.
I want you to assume in this hypothetical, the following hypothetical. I'm not telling you this is true. I just want you to assume it's true, okay?
Okay.
I want you to assume that Bobby Durst killed his wife, Kathleen Durst.
Okay.
All of your experiences growing up with Susan Berman, and given your experiences with her and what she told you about her relationship with Bobby and how she spoke with him, in your opinion, if she were going to tell you a story about him, would she have minimized or maximized Robert Durst's role in that crime?
I'm going to object.
Sustain.
Your Honor, we'd asked if there be a grounds when he says, I'm just going to object. He doesn't give any grounds.
It's so self-evident, I didn't think I had
Well,
to.
we would like grounds, Your Honor, as is legally required under the California Evidence Code, as well as the rules of court.
For your grounds.
Speculative.
Sustain.
Ms. Kaufman, as you sit here today, and I know it was a long time ago, I'm not asking you if you remember the exact words that were said, okay? But do you have any doubt in your mind that Susan Berman talked to you about Bobby and his missing wife?
None at all.
based on the conversation she had with you, did she say or imply that Bobby was involved in the disappearance of his wife?
Grounds, Your Honor.
Just,
Speculative.
yeah, sustain.
At the end of that conversation, did you know whether, based on what Susan told you, that Bobby Durst was involved with his missing wife, his disappearance of his wife?
It was heavily implied. I was not certain.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And when you say it was heavily implied, was this go along with the way Susan would tell this story to you and leaving it suspenseful?
Yes.
How certain are you that Susan Berman told you that she helped her friend Bobby with this situation by providing some sort of an alibi?
Completely.
Is there any doubt in your mind?
No.
When Susan was killed in 2001, were you interviewed by the police shortly thereafter?
Yes.
At that time you were interviewed, did you put two and two together or even think that her friend Bobby, from this conversation all these years earlier, was involved in Susan's death?
Sustain.
Your Honor, there's no grounds. We just want the same rules for us as for them. They get up, they say objection.
I can
There's no
rephrase the
grounds.
question, it's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Palian. Thank you for rephrasing the question.
Did you suspect at the time you spoke with the police back then, in your mind, Bobby Durst?
I wasn't,
Overruled.
Okay.
I was not in a place to connect or suspect anything. Susan was murdered and it was so traumatizing and overwhelming to me. And then I came down for her services and there was a big misinterpretation, or however you want to explain that, that I had stopped being her daughter, that I had cut off communication with her. And so I was excluded from the services. And at the after party, everyone came up to me and asked, like it was a gossip magazine, who do you think did it? Who do you think did it? So I left that experience back to Portland, Oregon, where I felt I would never think about it or go near anyone interested in it again.
I'm sorry to ask, but you left Susan Berman's funeral, it sounds like, with a pretty bad taste in your mouth.
Yes. Traumatized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Mr. Chesnoff, you may cross-examine the witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Kaufman, I know this is difficult, and you've expressed that to us, but we need to ask you these questions so the jury can evaluate all of the facts and circumstances involved here. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And I also know it's probably difficult because it's a reminder of a lot of the dysfunction that you as a young person were subjected to that was beyond your control. So I get that. I want you to know that. We also need the jury to understand Susan.
Mr. Chesnoff,
Yes.
please raise your voice,
Oh, I'm sorry.
even with your soft
I'm
words.
trying to be...
You need to project them.
Okay, so I'll repeat the last thing I said. I also know that this is difficult because in a lot of ways it reminds you of the dysfunction that you were unfairly subjected to as a young person.
I would not say that's accurate.
Excuse me?
I would not say that's accurate.
Okay. Well, you told us about your father, you told us about your birth mom abandoning you, correct?
Correct.
And then you also said that at a point in time, your birth father had no contact with you.
Correct.
So when I was talking about dysfunction, that's what I was describing, but I'll move on,
That isn't what upsets me.
okay? We also need the jurors to understand Susan and what kind of person she was. So with that in mind, you've had a number of interviews over the years, have you not?
2.
Well,
Oh, 3.
okay, 4.
What's the 4th?
The original interview
Uh-huh.
that happened in March after Susan was murdered. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you spoke to the producers from the Jinx, a fellow named Mark Zmerling, correct?
Correct.
That's 2.
Yes.
Then Detective Romero flew to Portland and visited with you, correct?
Correct.
That's 3, correct?
Correct.
And then the 4th one is with Mr. Lewin by phone with Mr. Habib in September, I believe, of 2016. Remember that?
Yeah, I just didn't consider it an interview. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, Mr. Lewin was asking a lot of questions, was he not?
Likely so.
Okay, and including the questions that Mr. Habib Balian just asked you concerning your conversation on Sunset, correct?
I don't have a clear memory.
Okay, we'll get to that. Do you remember telling people along the way that your memory of events during this time period when you were 12, 13, 14, were, as you described it, foggy? Remember that?
I don't remember saying that, but I'm sure it's true.
Okay. So you're 13 years old or 14. At one time you said this happened when you were 13. Just now in court you said it happened when you were 14. But it's fair to say, when you think about it, all the facts as to what happened are, as you described it previously, foggy, not clear, not detailed.
Not all.
Not all, but at least some, correct?
Some,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Susan is murdered in December, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, the police did not contact you, correct?
Correct.
Where were you living then?
I lived in Northeast Portland in an apartment.
Okay. And sometime later, in March of 2001, they do contact you, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this has given you time between the murder and the upset at the funeral to collect your thoughts, correct?
No.
So in the January, February, 60, maybe it's close to 90 days. It's certainly 90 days from when you had the upset at the funeral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the next meeting you have is in March 2013, which is with Mr. Smerling, who's a producer of the Jinx, correct?
Correct.
That's 12 years after the first discussion you had with the police in March of 2001, correct?
Correct.
And in your meeting with Mr. Smerling, you never discuss the conversation you claim happened at UCLA, do you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And it's not really like a cold interview that you're having with Mr. Smerling. Didn't they kind of, I don't know, almost beg you to come and participate?
No.
Did your brother?
I was manipulated into it by my brother. I was extremely unwilling. I felt coerced. And it was further traumatizing, which I expressed to them. There was no prep, and I was uncertain if I was going to allow them to use any of it.
Okay. And also your half-sister suggested you participate too, is that right?
No, because my brother was involving my half-sister and her huge family out in New Hampshire, and I knew it was a ploy to get me involved because she has zero knowledge or connection, I then was willing to speak to them so they would stop. That was my deal, stop involving her, because I felt there could be some danger for her and her family.
So you thought the fellows from the Jinx were manipulative and coercive and were pressuring you and members of your family, fair?
I would say it differently.
Well, you just said that, so...
I felt coerced by my brother. I don't know the degree to which the producers influenced him to do it that way. I would not be surprised.
But you flew to Colorado and met with them, did you not?
I did.
And did they pay for your trip?
Yeah.
I'm not asking you this because I know the answer. Did you receive any other compensation for participating?
Yeah, that definitely wasn't compensation, and no.
Okay. By the way, after Mr. Berman's death, and for a number of years, your brother, who also grew up with Susan, actually worked for Mr. Durst. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And that's after Ms. Berman was murdered, correct?
Correct.
And your brother and Mr. Durst had a continuing relationship, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
Did you ever tell your brother to stop working with Mr. Durst?
I stopped speaking to my brother altogether because he was working with Mr. Durst.
Okay. Did you ever tell him to stop?
When he approached my sister and her family, and he had gotten me to fly out there on the guise of mending our relationship, and instead suggested I join this documentary and involve my sister, I said very clearly, this is not safe and is not fair, and please do not include me or my sister and her family.
So the producers were manipulative, correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, do you feel they were? You just said that they got you out there under pretense.
My brother and they may have aided. I don't know, and I don't consider that necessarily manipulative as much as probably how those kinds of documentaries work in terms of getting people to participate.
Okay. And of course, your brother spent how many years with Susan?
From the time
how
until
old
she
was
died,
How old was he when he met Susan?
he was 13.
Okay, and he, through the years, even though he was kind of rambunctious, apparently, he spent time with Susan. Is that fair?
Yes, he lived with her for 2 years, but maintained a solid visiting relationship.
He was also exposed to Susan's behavior and how she acted, correct?
I don't know, actually.
Well, he lived in the house with you, correct?
They had very little contact. It was Susan and I.
Okay.
She stepped in for Major, but he was an older boy. It was a different relationship.
Okay. It sounds like Susan kind of took over your life to some degree. Was that at the expense of you having girlfriends and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, she would definitely make me question my friendships and their motives.
So if Susan wanted you kind of all to herself, correct?
Yes, and possibly wanted to prevent me from getting lost in a social life
Okay.
that could be harmful to me as a young child.
Or a normal social life that a teenager could enjoy, correct?
True, yes.
Okay, so that was kind of selfish of Susan, wasn't it?
Yes,
Okay, and to the point where Susan was more interested at that point in time what she felt was best for her at the expense of a 13 or 14-year-old young lady, correct?
I'd say that was often best for her. I'd say that her needs would take priority often. Yeah.
And she was a pretty tough cookie, wasn't she?
Yes.
Now, Detective Whalen and Detective Romero visit you on February 12th, 2015 in Portland. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was 14 years after Susan's death, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you told these detectives who were investigating the passing of someone you considered your mom that she and Bob were great friends and that he had even come to visit when you guys lived in the house in Brentwood, correct?
Correct.
And then in September of 2016, Detective Camacho, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Balian have a phone conversation with you, correct?
Correct.
So those are the first time. That's the last time you spoke to authorities before coming to court here, correct?
Sorry, repeat that?
So that conversation in 2016, besides preparing you for your testimony here, was the last conversation of the 4 that we described, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the first time you talked to the police was in March of 2001, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you knew when you spoke to the police that they were investigating the murder of Susan Berman, correct?
Correct.
And you knew at the time that they spoke to you that no one had been arrested, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that these officers were doing their job and trying to figure out what happened to Susan, right?
Correct.
Okay. By the way, no police contacted you when you were at the funeral for Susan, did they?
While I was in town at the funeral?
Yes.
No, it was afterward.
Okay. When you spoke to the police in 2001, did you at any time make any mention of your conversation that you allegedly had with Susan while you were driving past UCLA on Sunset?
I don't recall.
Would it help you recall if I were to show you a copy of your interview?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
We're talking to you.
This is LADA 035741.
And this is in what, 2012?
2001.
2001. Oh, okay.
Please take your time.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Has that helped refresh your recollection whether March 21st, 2001, when you were interviewed by Detective Coulter and Detective Stevens, that you never mentioned anything about your conversation that allegedly took place at UCLA?
Right.
It reminds
Correct.
that you did not.
I did not.
Okay. And at this time, how old were you in 2001?
I don't know. I gotta do the math. Hold on a second. 20 years ago, I was 25.
Okay, so, and you were in school, correct?
I had just finished school.
College?
Just finished college, yeah, a year or two prior, I guess.
So you had high school education, then you went to a very good college and graduated, University of Oregon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you study?
I graduated with a degree in sociology, studied a lot of comparative literature.
Okay, so you would call yourself a well-educated, intelligent person, would you not?
Sure.
Okay. And at the time the police were talking to you, you knew they were investigating the murder of the only adult who had actually acted like a parent with you, correct?
Objection, Vegas, for which police interview?
2001.
Correct.
And in spite of the fact that you knew that they were investigating her murder, and they had not arrested anybody, at no time during that conversation do you ever mention anything about this alleged conversation that took place at UCLA when you were 13 years old, correct?
Correct.
And even though that surrounded an event where Susan had tried to entice you or get you engaged that purportedly suggested that Susan might have done something improper with Mr. Durst, right?
Right.
But you did not tell the police about that at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's go look at this. At that time, you told them that, let's see some of the things you said. You told the police that your dad was an opportunist who let Berman take control over matters. Did you tell him that?
Sounds accurate, yes.
And the reason that he was with Berman was for his benefit, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. And you told them that your dad broke up over trivial arguments that they were having, correct?
No.
Would it refresh your memory?
I don't know if that's what they put in the report, but I wouldn't have said that.
So your
Susan.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So your position is you wouldn't have said it even if the police put that in their report, correct?
Maybe you want to repeat it so I can hear. I think you
Sure.
may have switched a name or.
Okay. This is in 035741. They eventually broke up over numerous trivial arguments that they had.
They did. My dad did not.
Okay. Kaufman cited as an example one argument that occurred while they were in New York City because her father wouldn't walk Susan to a taxi cab or her to a taxi cab. She stated that Berman possibly threw a telephone and hit the father. You remember that?
Yes.
And later on, did Susan give you another version of it where she said your father is the one who threw the phone at her?
That was always the story, so I don't know if I misspoke at that time or it was whatever.
So your father was the aggressor in
Correct.
throwing the phone at Susan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell the police that some of the people that would come to the house were visitors Kim Langford, Niall Brenner, Susie Harmon, and Rich Markey?
Yes.
Okay, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Kim Langford is, please.
Kim Langford was one of Susan's girlfriends, who she was close with.
And Mr. Brenner?
Was friend manage. He was her manager, but there was romantic overtones, at least on her side.
And did there come a point in time where you remember seeing Mr. Brenner at the funeral and he expressed some exasperation that he had with the way he was treated by Susan, correct?
Correct.
And that she wasn't very nice to him, correct?
Correct.
And then Susie Harmon is another friend of hers, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Rich Markey, correct?
Correct.
And then she had a landlady, correct?
Yes.
These are all people that would come to the house, correct?
Yes.
And she also had a difficult time with the landlady, did she not?
Objection of relevance, court's prior rulings.
I think you overruled him. You can
It
answer.
was third-party culpability, the court granted the
Yeah,
motion.
yeah, I know. Is there other relevance?
I just people that were familiar with the house. They
Okay,
talk
that's
about the
fine.
dogs and.
Yeah, they had some struggles.
Your Honor, can I
suppose.
ask a favor? It's really distracting to have Mr. Lewin laughing when you sustain an objection. Maybe if you overruled me,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him laugh, so it didn't distract me.
just
Go ahead.
thanks. I could understand it if you sustained it, but not if you overrule it.
All right, if I notice
I
disrespect,
laughed at the time.
there'll be consequences, okay?
Thank you, Your
Let's try
Honor.
to be professional, all of you. You may resume your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may ask that question.
Thank you. So people did come to the house, correct?
Yes.
And she had familiar friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, you talk about how much she loved the dogs, correct?
Yes. Correct.
But didn't she kind of keep them in weird circumstances? In other words, one would be in one room, one would be in another, one would be in a cage in the third room.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't like the dogs were able to socialize, correct?
Correct.
And the problem was the dogs didn't get along, correct?
I think they had gone crazy from not being let outside enough.
Right, which is a little inconsistent when someone loving their dogs, isn't it?
Yeah, her phobias or fears took priority.
Okay, so she loves the dogs, but once again, what's important in her mind, from your observation, is what's best for her, not necessarily even something as simple as the dogs, correct?
Yeah, it was hard to witness.
It was upsetting.
It was upsetting, yes.
And Susan, of course, did a lot of things that were nice, but she also did a lot of things that were upsetting, correct?
Correct.
I think you've described her at times as phobic, is that a word you used?
Yes.
And antisocial, correct?
I don't know. I can't imagine you. Maybe I meant antisocial as in a clinical sense. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So, in 2001, you don't tell the police anything about this alleged conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you don't say anything in 2002 to anybody, or 2003, or 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and eventually in 2016, some 15 years after her homicide, you have a conversation on the telephone and you talk about the UCLA thing. Is that true?
I did not speak about Susan's murder or stay in touch with anyone in LA or ever speak about it to my friends.
And that
when
was
it happened,
sorry.
and that continued for 10 plus years. When the cops came to interview me in 2012, I knew that they had gotten information from the documentary.
Okay, can I
So I
ask-
knew
Your Honor?
I knew what story they already had.
Okay.
That all may stand, that explains
Okay.
your answer.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, you called for that.
But in all of those years, no one had ever been arrested for Susan's murder, had they?
Nope.
And even though, and I say this respectfully, this woman treated you better than your parents did, you never shared that information with anybody, even though no one had been arrested,
It
correct?
was an incredible trauma for me, a deep wound that I only shared with people once I had incredibly deep relationships years into the relationship.
Okay. Did you have
I
a,
didn't live in that story, and I stopped watching the news in order not to be triggered into the trauma of it all.
well, had you ever met Mr. Balian or Mr. Lewin before that phone call?
No,
Did you have a deep relationship with either one of them?
no,
Okay. Yet that's the first time you ever talked about the UCLA, some 15 years later. Is that right?
the specific story, yes.
Yeah. So at that point in time, had you been in therapy about this, or what?
This has been an untouchable topic for me until recently.
Okay.
It was a topic that, although I was in weekly therapy all along, was not one that I was able to fully resolve, and had very complicated and mainly traumatized feelings that were triggering. In other words, you go into a fight or flight, not feeling like you're in your body, not thinking clearly. These were the feelings I experienced for most of the last 20 years. Only after, sort of forced exposure throughout the years have I started to process it and come into a more grounded place with it more recently.
Okay. But you were recognized as someone trained in counseling, that you know the concept of false memories?
Sure.
Okay, and that means that sometimes people confabulate over time based on things other people have told them, things people have read.
I never spoke to anyone, stayed in touch with anyone, or saw any news.
Well, you told us
What I
earlier.
did know was what the story was for Jinx, and that was my only other input. I purposely had no other input.
Okay, well, you told Mr. Bailey and you read some newspaper articles, I
I
remember
read
that.
one recently, 2 weeks ago.
Now, let's talk about this. Your dad, as you described, was an opportunist when it came to Susan, is that right?
Maybe in general,
Yeah.
but possibly when it came to Susan.
Well, when they went to New York to do the play about the Dreyfus affair, they invested a lot of Susan's money, didn't they?
Yeah, I don't know actually the financial details. I know that that is part of the story.
But you know that as a result of the failure of that, they lost a lot of money, correct?
Yes,
And that led to Susan's financial problems, correct?
correct,
And this is from a woman who had been very successful in her own right, in her own career, correct?
correct,
She'd written a book that was successful, correct?
correct,
She had some screenplays that were at least purchased,
correct,
okay, and she wrote news magazine articles, correct?
yes,
So she'd done well.
yes,
But at a point in time, as a result of the failure of the project and her lavish spending with really no budgeting, she eventually wound up in a position where she depended on others for financial help, correct?
correct,
Now, you describe Susan as manipulative, is that correct?
yes,
And she could fabricate and make up stories, could she not?
yes,
Okay. And she could tell stories, correct?
yes,
And as you said, she would tell you stories to keep you kind of engrossed and in her orbit, correct?
I don't feel she fabricated with me much. I feel like
Can
that
you-
was something she interacted in the world with. We had a different kind of relationship.
Okay, but my question was not that.
Okay.
You remember my question?
Could she fabricate? Yes.
Yes, and could she tell stories in order to keep you in her orbit?
Yes. Was she capable of that? Yes.
And she would tell you things, even if they weren't true, to keep your attention. Isn't that true?
Probably.
Okay. And she could be very dramatic, couldn't she?
Absolutely.
I think there's an expression, a drama queen. Would you describe her that way?
I don't know that I would.
But she could be dramatic,
Yes,
and she could embellish, correct?
absolutely.
And she could tell you whatever she wanted to tell you, as long as it served some purpose for Susan Berman, correct?
Yeah.
She could tell people untruths just to get attention, couldn't she?
Sure.
And she was a really good storyteller, wasn't she?
She really could be.
She would tell things to people to kind of, I think the word you used once was to market herself, to promote herself,
Yes,
correct?
she was very self-promoting.
And she could also have a rage and an entitlement kind of attitude, correct?
Absolutely.
She could be cruel to get her way, couldn't she?
Absolutely.
She could tell you things that she wanted you to hear in order to make herself sound important, couldn't she?
Not me, but in the world, yes.
But she did that with you as well in the beginning because you were looking up to her, weren't you?
Maybe to some extent, but that was quickly not really our relationship.
And when she told you things about Bobby, she told you it, as you said, a usual way of making it a fascinating story for your entertainment, correct?
Yes.
I think you described, after all these years, when you finally talked about this alleged UCLA story, that you said the following: it was just one of many 1 jillion stories. That's the other thing, was that it was not this huge. It was one of so many stories. Stories don't have to be true. Do you remember saying that?
Sure.
Do you remember that she lost a house at one point in time?
Yes.
And what was, and was that in kind of the time frame of the Dreyfus situation?
Yeah, she came back from New York. We lived in the Coyne house while she attempted to sell it, but was not willing to really leave the house with her dogs to get it sold, so it was foreclosed.
Earlier, I used some words, but now I can see the reference. She could be abusive, correct?
Yes.
Controlling,
Yes.
manipulative,
Yes.
insane.
I mean, that's sort of
Not in a
my
not-
kind of language. Is that the most accurate? It felt insane to me often.
Right,
Yes.
not in the clinical sense, but like,
Uh-huh.
how did this happen? How could this be, how could she be saying this
Pretty
kind of thing?
mind-blowing stuff, yeah.
She could be hysterical,
Absolutely.
and she was phobic, correct?
Yes.
Which meant she would be scared of things that nobody rational would be scared about, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling folks that her life was about power? She said what she needed to say to appear important.
That sounds like something I would have said.
Okay. And even, at times it became pretty tough to live with her, didn't it?
Yes.
And I remember you said something earlier about loyalty being everything to her.
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, when you wanted to go see your sister on a trip, and Susan wanted you to be with her, bless
me.
you.
Thank you.
Susan wanted you to be with her, even though you would think of all the people that Susan was around, you were the one she was supposed to be the most loyal to. It led to a rift where you folks didn't talk for 2.5 years, correct?
When she felt threatened, the loyalty would go out the window. Yes.
Do you remember a time that Mr. Durst gave her a large amount of money?
I believe he gave her 2 checks for $50,000, something like that.
Right, and at first Susan thought they were a loan, correct?
No, he sent a note saying they're a gift. Keep them.
So Bob Durst gave Susan $50,000 as a gift, and she was thrilled, wasn't she?
Yes.
She said, told you, isn't that marvelous that
She was
Bob
very touched.
touched in a sentimental way?
Absolutely.
And would it be fair to say that of everybody in her life, including the fellow she was married to on several occasions, Bob did more for her than any of them?
I don't, you mean with those two $50,000?
No, over time, there was $50,000 wasn't all that Bob had ever done for her.
I don't know about that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fair, that's fair.
Your Honor, is that strictly financial or overall question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lewin. You may object if you don't approve of the questions, but I don't understand your communication right now during this examination. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. By
I
the
guess
way,
it's a helpful hint to where, for it to clarify, I
yeah,
guess.
it's okay. I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. This is kind of a, this question isn't meant to be hurtful, but it's one that I need to ask. Do you remember when you learned that Susan had been murdered? A friend of hers told you, correct?
Correct.
The friend didn't exactly tell you that she'd been murdered. She kind of suggested it was accidental, correct?
Suggested she bumped her head
Right.
and didn't say she was dead.
And isn't it true that shortly thereafter that, and this is kind of the hurtful part, your dad calls and says to you from the Wizard of Oz, ding dong, the Wicked Witch is dead?
It's true.
And you hung up on him, didn't you?
True.
And you didn't talk to him after that, did you?
I already didn't talk to him, but that solidified it once again.
That was the final straw.
Yep.
And that's how he talked to you about this woman that had taken care of you because he didn't, right? He was
That's
that.
how he spoke to me about Susan, yes.
After this period of time when you had a rift with her, it was a long time before you talked. Isn't that true? You and Susan?
The last communication I had with her was her saying that I would never love anyone or have a family, and that she could no longer be my mother. And that's when I went to go visit Gretchen, my sister, in New Hampshire. And then the next I knew she had been murdered.
And she would put down Gretchen to you too, wouldn't she?
Yes,
Try to diminish her as a person so that she could keep you close to her, right?
she would speak of how unsophisticated she was, yes.
So she was acting like an elitist, and you're more like me, Mella, and she's low rent. Is that fair?
Sure.
Earlier you said that, I think you used the word, but it may be my word, but tell me if you agree. Susan was no pushover.
Yeah, not a pushover.
Okay. And even though she had phobias and was scared about weird stuff, in reality she was a very tough person, correct?
Very tough, and that was an odd, sort of opposite, just very contradictory behavior.
Do you remember telling the authorities she lied about everything? She knew that I knew that she lied. Remember telling them that?
Yes,
You remember describing her talking about things like it was just an interesting thriller movie? Mm-hmm. Is that true?
sure, yes.
And at some point in time, you kind of got over the storytelling. Is that fair?
As I got older, some of her behavior did not sit well with me, and it was very tormenting, upsetting, conflicting about what I thought of her as my mother with these bad characteristics.
Do you remember her telling you that people were idiots for believing her when she was lying to them?
Oh, I don't know, but she would definitely be prone to call people idiots.
Do you remember when the detectives came to Portland in February of 2015?
Yes,
Do you remember the detectives told you that they were conducting the interview, which is different than having the DA talk to you? Remember they actually said that to you, we're going to ask you the questions? Because they
Sure.
said it was backwards.
I don't
for-
remember them saying that, but that sounds plausible.
Okay, because they said for the DA to be conducting the interviews was backwards. You remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Just one more second, please, Your Honor. Do you think it would help, once again, to refresh your recollection if you had an opportunity to look?
No. I mean, I could. You want me to read something?
I would appreciate it. We're LADA 137716, lines 16 through 20.
Okay, yes, that's what you just shared.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, I can see on the page that they said that.
Right, they said that the following. There's 2 DAs in this. The other interviews that were done, the DAs would run most of the interviews, which is kind of backwards from the way we usually do business. Remember that?
Sure.
During one of your interviews, the question came up about whether Susan would open the door at her house. And you said that there may have been situations where she opened the door for someone she didn't know. Is that true?
Sure.
Do you remember Mr. Durst coming to the house in Brentwood and staying with you?
I don't think he stayed with us at that house. I think he stayed with us at the other Brentwood house, but he came to the Old Toloma place.
Take a second.
Sorry. I think maybe he came and we all went out to dinner from there once. I don't have a clear memory.
Thank you. Do you remember when Detective Romero was questioning you about Kathy Durst's disappearance, and you recited to him that Susan told you, "We don't know, we still have nothing to this day, we haven't found her"? You remember telling that to the detectives?
That's the way I would have explained the suspenseful ending, yes.
So when you were reciting that, that was because Susan Berman had told you that she disappeared, correct?
Correct.
And that no one had ever found her, so that they didn't know the end of the story. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do remember the policeman telling you that listening to the producers from the Jinx was kind of a dangerous thing to do? Remember that?
I don't.
Okay, they told you that
Objection, relevance, or also be hearsay.
they are probably telling you a lot of things that they shouldn't be telling you. Do you remember that?
That rings a bell.
Okay, so the police were warning you that the producers of the Jinx could possibly be telling you things that would interfere with their actual investigation, correct?
I don't know that I really was absorbing what the point was.
Okay. Does it sound like a logical point to not have TV
Sure.
producers talking to you when the police are investigating a crime?
The producers had already spoken to me.
Right, but they were warning you about
It was an
continuing.
unnecessary warning because I wasn't in communication with the producers after my interview.
Okay. But the purpose of the warning was so that you would not be improperly influenced, correct? I'm not suggesting you were, because you were smart
That's
enough.
not- That sounds logical.
As to why the officer gave the warning.
Okay, I think the question is whether you understood the question of imparting that idea to you. Were they saying that to you?
They were saying that, and it makes sense to me that that would be the point of them saying that, and at the time it didn't feel relevant or I didn't comprehend.
I remember when you were giving Mr. Bailey an example of Susan, Miss Berman, helping someone who was in trouble with the law. And you referenced the situation with Sarah, correct?
Yes.
So, like many parents, her son got in trouble.
Yes, I would have liked to share other anecdotes, but that was the easiest one to grab.
Okay, well, on this particular one dealt with her helping someone that, at least in her mind,
Helping her son.
like
Yeah.
a son.
Yes.
Okay, so it is not unusual in any way for a parent to help a teenage son who's in trouble with the law, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Should not be.
And in fact, it was a much better response than the one that his birth father gave, which was basically let him rot.
Yeah, birth father said he needs to change his name, so I'm not associated with him.
Okay, but Susan Berman, not out of some crazy mafia loyalty, but out of parental love,
Sure,
helped your brother.
sure, yes.
By the way, you said Susan takes control. Is that right?
Yes,
And she had experience with the press, did she not?
yes.
She'd worked for New York Magazine, I believe.
San Francisco Chronicle, maybe, New York Magazine, something like that.
So she had a lot of experience with how at that time, no social media, but media worked, correct?
Media, yeah.
So it would not have been unusual in a circumstance where someone that she cared about was being harassed by the press, that as someone who was savvy with the media, that she might step in and try to help that person, correct?
Towards an end of manipulation, I don't know that she altruistically stepped into roles of service as much as she fixed problems.
Okay, well, for example, when your brother had a problem, she stepped in, she got one lawyer, she didn't like him because she didn't think he was doing the right job. She got somebody else, and that guy did a great job, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so now she has a friend who's being harassed by the press, and she has experience with the press, and so she steps in and does her job helping that person because that fella has no experience with the press.
sure.
And actually, from your experience with Mr. Durst, he's kind of a withdrawn fella, isn't he?
Very,
Not expressive, correct?
correct.
Actually hard to talk to.
Yes,
And that was always your experience with Mr. Durst, correct?
Correct.
Not, okay.
There was not any warmth, yeah.
I want to ask you about the dogs again. If the dogs knew someone that they liked, for example, they wouldn't go crazy, would they?
I don't know. I think if I knocked on the door, they would probably go absolutely insane.
But weren't there times when there were people in the house?
Yes, so she would separate them into separate rooms, get the person there, let one out that would bark, and she'd have to calm it, and they'd acclimate, and the one would sit with her and visit.
Okay, so there would come a point in time where if there was someone that Susan liked that was in the house, at least one of the dogs would sit there like a loyal dog,
Yes.
okay? And did she rotate which dog was going to be the
She wasn't that fair about
Fla-
rotating them.
flavor of the day?
Yeah, somewhat.
Courts and orders again, Your Honor. Your Honor, can I ask the court a favor? Could we break for lunch? That way I can not take time and be...
All right, I'll take that invitation. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take our break until 1:30. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. And you can remain. Robert Durst. Mr. Durst is present, and Mr. Chesnov and Mr. DeGuerin, Mr. Balian, and Mr. Milius are at council table, and Mr. Lewin, Mr. Miata, and Mr. Henderson are present. All of our jurors and alternates have taken their places. The witness, Miller Kaufman, has resumed the witness stand, and I'll remind you that you are under oath.
Okay.
Mr. Chesnov, you may resume your cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kaufman, again, appreciating you being here and how difficult this is. I took the lunch hour and narrowed it so that we can finish.
Thank you.
You're welcome. When you have this memory of Susan telling you a story when you're near UCLA, you didn't mention in that story that Susan told you she talked to the dean of the medical school and told the dean of the medical school that she didn't want to make up her rotation or classes. No detail like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember making a statement that Mr. Durst was just one of the many people who could have pissed Susan off?
Sure.
So Susan had the ability to make a lot of enemies, correct?
Yes.
And you had actually known that other people were angry at Susan at times, correct?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor, Court's prior rulings on third-party culpability.
Yeah, I won't take it for that purpose, but I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, I'll move along, Your Honor. But you're clear that when whatever you were told by Susan by UCLA in this story that she was telling you, she made no mention of any details of any conversation with the dean at the medical school, did you?
No, she most definitely did say something like that. I thought the question was, did I say that in something?
So have you ever said that before?
I don't know if I have. I think I've definitely said something similar to that many times.
But you know in reading or in hearing, watching the Jinx, that that's been something that's been said. But you certainly will acknowledge to the jury.
I didn't watch Jinx.
Okay, well, you'll certainly acknowledge to the jury that this morning you never said anything like that, correct?
This morning, I did not.
And at no time in the 4 interviews with the police did you ever say anything like that, correct?
Your Honor, that seems a fact, not an evidence, that the witness has the foundation to know exactly what she said in each interview.
I'm sorry. Overruled.
Thank you. Could you please answer?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
At no time prior to just now have you ever reported to anybody the details of this alleged conversation that Susan Berman says she had with the medical school, correct?
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. So I have said something in a vague sense, in more vague terms, that she made a call
Right.
that either helped the school or employment, which may have been related to the school,
Okay.
not suspect Kathleen's missing.
Right, but this is when you were 13, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Sorry, what was when I was 13?
This conversation.
Yes.
And you've acknowledged that it's foggy, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that you don't know the details, correct?
I know which details I know.
Right. And you've stated them, right? And every chance that you've had to talk about the death of Susan Berman with law enforcement, at no time did you ever tell anyone any specific detail of the nature of the call, did you?
Nobody specifically asked me any questions such as that up until my conversation with John Lewin.
Right. So let me ask it to you a different way.
Okay.
This is a woman who you loved,
Yes.
someone who was murdered.
Yes.
You had multiple opportunities to share information about her that could lead to finding out who actually killed her, correct?
I did not take those opportunities as having that purpose for myself.
Okay, but you didn't take the opportunity to share information with the authorities or with people interested in finding out who actually killed Susan Berman?
I think I can clarify by saying,
Can you just please try to answer that? You didn't do that, did you?
I need you to restate. Sorry.
And I would just ask that the witness be able to finish her answer before
Yeah,
she's
I
interrupted.
don't think she was finished with her answer. But everybody's talking except the person who's answering the question. So, let's stop for a moment. The opportunity. You were answering, you were starting to answer the question, and you were not. Please finish your answer.
Thank you. On none of those occasions with those interviews did I feel what I probably should have, which was an attempt to help them figure out who had murdered Susan.
Okay.
I would say that, in fact, I had a resistance to that out of childish resentment at all the insane ways it had been handled, in ways that I had felt hurt. And additionally, as I mentioned earlier, I was not in a place to really be thoughtful or present about what I was feeling or what I was even saying. Additionally, nobody ever directly asked me those questions. When they did, I was able to recall as much as I can recall, and those things I have said today.
Okay. First, you'd agree that that's your explanation for never telling anybody those facts in 15 years from the date of her death, correct? That's your explanation.
15 years being the Jinx interview, or the second?
The first time you ever told anybody was, what you just told us, was Mr. Lewin in 2016.
Correct. That's as far as I can remember, yes.
That's your explanation.
For why I never said it, my other explanation.
No, please just answer that.
That is not my only explanation.
No, okay. Well,
That was the question, wasn't it?
No, the question was, did you just give that as an explanation?
Okay. Yes, that was an explanation.
Okay. And the explanation is that in spite of the fact that this was a murder investigation of someone you loved, you never said anything to anybody until you spoke to Mr. Lewin on the telephone, correct?
I assume the police knew, as I believe they did from the documentary,
Okay,
when they
please,
interviewed me
Your
then.
Honor, would
And then
you-
the answer is yes, not until I spoke to John Lewin.
Okay. And it came as a result of questions he was asking you about that subject, correct? You didn't just spontaneously tell him.
Probably, I can't recall.
Well, you said that it was Mr. Lewin who cued you.
He definitely didn't cue me, but it came up in that conversation.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Do you remember in that conversation being asked, I'm going to find out who it was that asked you. I believe it was Mr. Balian. And did she ever discuss with you anything Bob Durst had ever told her about whether he did or didn't kill Kathy? Remember that question?
What page?
I'm sorry. 144021.
That sounds very likely. I
And
don't
your-
remember it specifically.
And your answer at the time was no, correct?
I don't know. Will you read it again? Sorry.
Sure. And did she ever discuss with you anything Bob Durst had ever told her about whether he did or didn't kill Kathy? And your answer was no. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's still your answer.
Correct. Yes.
Do you remember being asked by Detective Romero the following? But the alibi part of it is what Susan is saying that other people are saying, that she provided an alibi for him. Or she said, I provided. You know what I mean? You know the difference? Sorry, Mr. Habib, that's 137751. And you answered, I know, and he said, I know, and you said, I know the difference, and unfortunately, I just don't have a great, exact memory about it. Do you remember saying that?
That sounds very likely.
And that was closer in time to when you were 13 years old than it is now, correct?
Yeah, I also was extremely sick at the time from a near-death experience with my last child, and I was very clear with Mr. Lewin that I was not really up to being clear in general.
Well, that one was with Detective Romero.
Oh, okay,
Who came to see you
okay,
in person,
okay,
in your house.
okay.
They were very gracious,
I
weren't they?
gotcha. They asked me something, and I said, yes, I know the difference. Okay.
And then you said, it's just, the feeling of it was that she would tell me the story to intrigue me, correct?
Correct.
So that was another thing that was par for the course with Susan, to tell you little stories, whether they were true or not, to intrigue you, correct?
I don't feel like Susan was making up lots of stories. She
Well,
was not honest. She may have exaggerated or made a story more interesting in her delivery. But it was not necessarily like she was making up stories whole cloth and claiming they were real. That
Okay.
wasn't my experience.
Well, you told us this morning that she was a liar and that she often told people things to either draw them in or to get something she wanted, correct?
Yeah, again, she wasn't really like that with me. I knew all the lies she was telling, and that was very odd for me to be in that situation, to know the truth and stand by her side as she lied to the external world. That wasn't quite our relationship.
Okay, well, when you're 13 years old and you have this mother figure, it's pretty hard, wouldn't you agree, for a 13-year-old child to know whether that person is telling the truth or not telling the truth. I mean, you hadn't reached the level of education or maturity that you have now at the age of 13.
I had some pretty good skills of discernment naturally through life experience. It did not feel like a lie, nor did that seem like in a pattern of lies.
Okay, but
The story was real.
Okay, but it was foggy, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember the details, correct?
Some of the details I can't say with 100% certainty.
And you never told anybody about it until Mr. Lewin began to ask you questions, correct?
It wasn't a secret. It was way out in the open already at that point.
Right, in the public.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're hearing stories in the public consistent with the story or the testimony you're giving us today, correct?
The only public information I heard was way back around the Morris Black murder of his neighbor. And
Ma'am,
that
let
at
me
that
stop you
time
for a minute.
spurred some memory.
Let me stop you.
Yeah.
You just told us it was out in the public, didn't you?
Yes, Jinx had already come out.
Okay. And as a result, you heard a story consistent with the storytelling that Susan had always done with you, correct?
I heard a story consistent with the storytelling.
Well, you told us she always liked to tell you stories,
Yeah,
right?
she told me lots of stories, and that was one that was consistent in the style of her stories. Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect examination, Mr. Balian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kaufman, on cross-examination, you were being questioned about whether Susan had helped Sarah because she was a good parent and she got him a lawyer, et cetera. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And I think in response you said, well, there was other anecdotes, but you didn't get to say. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So were you aware, based on being there, of things that happened, or anecdotes, as you would call them, that you'd like to say, where Susan did things to jump in and help a friend, and they were things that you deemed, oh, that's not something that should be done, or that's not right, or that's unlawful?
In reflection, I can see it as not right. I don't know that I would have experienced it as not right at the time, but yes. A specific one where someone had done something wrong. You know, does it need to be specific, or can I speak a little bit to the general of what those?
Yeah, if it would help be responsive to the question.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would object.
Grounds, Your Honor?
No, that's my job to ask the grounds for objection, if I need them, if they're not obvious. Yes, they're not obvious here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm telling you, between Habib and John, I don't know what to do.
What have I done?
You objected once. My objection, Your Honor, would be there's lack of foundation.
Overruled.
General ideas would be a girlfriend, maybe King Langford, who felt hurt or slighted in some sort of acting job or situation. And Susan would make phone calls to reprimand, embarrass, etc. Someone she worked with. Yeah, anyway.
So, Mr. Chesnoff asked you a whole lot of questions on cross-examination before lunch and after lunch. In the area of what you did or didn't tell either Mark and Andrew or law enforcement throughout the years. You're aware of that line of questioning?
Yes.
And in particular, I'm asking about the line of questioning that suggested that it wasn't until you met Mr. Lewin in 2016 that you related this version of events of what Susan had told you that one day. You're aware of the line of questioning?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chesnoff indicated that you were questioned in 2001.
Uh-huh.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you were again questioned in 2013 by Mark and Andrew, right?
Just Mark.
By Mark Smerling, I'm sorry. And again in 2015 by Detective Romero, right?
Yes.
And then in 2016 by Mr. Lewin, right?
Correct.
And the import of the questions was that the first revelation of this story came when you spoke to Mr. Lewin.
Right.
You're aware
That
of
is
what
the
we're...
implication.
Okay,
Your Honor, most respectfully, that was the testimony.
okay.
Thank you.
That was the testimony that you gave, right?
Ah, testimony.
Okay. So, I want to take this step by step. In 2001, when the police came and spoke to you, and your mother had just been killed, did you connect the dots that this killing was done by Bobby Durst?
I was not thinking in those terms at all. I
Did
wasn't
you-
thinking about anyone having done it. I was trying not to think about who may have done it.
Did the police, the detectives in 2001, ask you any questions whatsoever about Bobby Durst?
I don't believe so.
Did they ask you any questions whatsoever that suggested to you that they even thought in 2001, when this had just happened, that Bobby Durst was a suspect?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Was Bobby Durst even on your mind when you spoke to the police in 2001?
No.
Was this story you had when you were a 13 or 14-year-old young lady even on your mind when you spoke to the police in 2001?
No.
Okay. So now we'll go to the next time you were spoken with, and that's in 2013 when you spoke with Mark and Andrew. I'm sorry, Mark Smerling and Andrew Drake. Do you even remember what you did or didn't speak to them about exactly during that interview?
Not at all.
Do you remember as you sit here today, I know you've testified because that's the questions that were asked of you, that you didn't tell this version of events of what happened. Do you even remember if you did or didn't talk about it?
I don't remember, and part of me thinks that we did touch on something, but I couldn't say that with 100% certainty.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of that interview?
Sure.
May I approach?
You may.
What page, please?
14. Read page 14.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that your refresh your recollection?
Yes. Yes.
So then, in 2013, when you spoke with Mark Smerling, did you or did you not tell them that Susan had told you this this version of events about his wife's disappearance and, her being a false alibi?
I did, and in fact, I can also say that from the moment of contact with them, I was clear about the danger and threat with the assumption that Bobby Durst had done it already.
So did you mention there was this story out there that Susan had told you about being a false alibi for Bobby?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to your interview with Detective Romero when he came out and spoke with you. Now, this is in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Contrary to whatever you were asked on cross-examination about what you did or did not say, do you remember exactly what you told Detective Romero on this topic back then?
Not at all.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report from that interview?
Sure, yes.
Page 2.
Page what?
035 748.
748 or 5?
748. Is that first paragraph to yourself?
Is that the report or the transcript?
Report.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Does that refresh your recollection?
yes.
So, did you in fact discuss with Detective Romero that you had this conversation with Susan?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell Detective Romero that Susan had told you a story about being an alibi for Bob during his wife's disappearance?
Yes,
And did you tell Detective Romero that Susan pretended to be his wife or something like that?
yes,
And did you tell Detective Romero that Bob's wife was missing and Susan stepped in to help him out and Susan was an alibi for him?
yes.
So, does this kind of refresh your memory now, seeing all this stuff, that actually you have told these events to law enforcement throughout the years?
Yes.
Was it to John Lewin the first time you ever mentioned this?
No, I'm sorry, yeah.
And was it John Lewin who asked you perhaps more detailed questions about this than ever before?
Probably.
Okay, and did you tell Mr. Lewin and myself and the detectives that were present that Susan told you this story?
Yes,
And did you tell us that she told you that it was about Bobby and his missing wife?
yes,
And did you tell us that what she told you was that she was an alibi back at the time that his wife went missing for him?
yes,
And did you tell us that, to the best of your memory, although it was a little foggy, that she did something, made a call on his behalf?
yes,
And did Mr. Lewin ask you on his scales that he loves from 0 to 100 of how certain your memory are of these events?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, what do you think he would have said?
Probably 100%.
And are you 100% today on these?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Additional cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. The questions that I asked you were whether, when you met with the Detective Ramiro or you met with Mr. Smerling, did you ever describe to them driving by UCLA and saying that that Susan Berman had made a call to the law school? Did you ever tell that to those? What did I say, high school? Law school. Can't help my, it's knee-jerk, Your Honor.
Try again.
Sorry. When you spoke to the detective, or you spoke to Mark Smerling, you never told them anything about Susan Berman making a call to the medical school on Bob's behalf, did you?
I know I just refreshed my memory. I don't know if there was a lack of a statement of a call or
Well,
not.
Okay, but today, when you testified, Mr. Balian brought out on your testimony that you had a memory of a drive by UCLA where
Gotcha.
Susan Berman told you she called the law school.
Medical school.
Medical school, gosh.
I
Sorry.
believe the detail of driving on Sunset by UCLA may have come up in the conversation with Mr. Lewin first,
Okay.
for the first time.
But also for the first time was this discussion that Susan Berman had called the medical school, which is an important issue in this case. You never told that to anybody until you spoke to Mr. Lewin, did you?
Some of the memories came back as we discussed it in more detail, and my focus was on it for the
Okay.
first time.
But you never told it to Smerling, did you?
No,
And you never told it
or
to...
possibly.
Well,
I
you
believe-
just had a chance to read it.
Right, but I feel like I just went down this rabbit hole where I could believe you that I didn't say it, and I just don't know if that's true.
Okay, I
Yeah.
appreciate that you do, because I wouldn't mislead you. You never told Smerling, you never told Romero anything about Susan Berman imparting to you that she had called the medical school, correct?
I can't say with any certainty.
Well, you just read the statements.
Okay,
Was it in there?
I
Objection vague, which part?
mean, you know,
You wouldn't quarrel with me if I told you that when you spoke to Smerling and
I
you
didn't
spoke...
mention specifically the call was being to the medical school.
Correct.
That's probably true.
And when you spoke to the detectives who'd come all the way to Portland, Oregon to interview about the death of your loved one, if I told you you didn't say it then, would you agree with me?
Sure.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, may the witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
young
you.
lady.
Excused. The people may call their next witness.
It's like your tag team now, Your Honor. DeGuerin's going to slap me and Belly's going to slap.
Okay.
People call, Your Honor, Douglas Oliver. Was that Your Honor?
Shall I quietly recall and quash the body attachment? I do.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I won't say it too, I will wait till later.
Oh, okay.
You do it. We'll play on the record later.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Body attachment.
You're getting the witness, Your Honor.
Right. People. You sure?
I'm good.
I had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Okay, you got it.
I like the new mask.
What's that, Your Honor?
I like the new mask.
That's called brown.
Sure? Okay.
I think the court would agree, these are much cooler. You don't end up, they don't stick to your nose. This is the way to go if you have to wear a mask.
How'd you find my haberdasher? That's what I want to know. I'm going to step away, be right back.
Your unit. You're unmuted.
What, is this off?
No, let me just remind them to speak up. We had a little trouble with carrying this job.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
I read about a barbecue place nearby. Have you found it yet? About 2 blocks away on that side of La Brea. I haven't been there myself. Just trying to make sure you have lunch options.
You want us napping out here? Your Honor, one of the elevators is flashing between 6 and 5. That does not look good.
Do you think somebody jammed it?
So they might be in that elevator.
I have an alibi.
Which is, who's with? Greg, Greg. Have you texted? The elevator, there's no reception.
Okay, listen to a video.
Mr. Chesnoff and Mr. Durst and I all have alibis. 23 witnesses.
All right. Our witness is present.
Please stand in the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, please.
Leave it on, please. But as a result, you'll need to talk right into that microphone so we can hear your answers.
Please state and spell your first and last name. Please state and spell your first and last name, sir.
Douglas Oliver.
And spell it.
Oh, sir. Douglasoliver.
Thank you, sir.
Here, I'm going to guess, I don't think the jurors could probably hear him. It was hard for me to hear him.
No, he was speaking only to our to our judicial assistant, so I just mentioned to him, and that illustrates that you'll need to talk right into that microphone. You can pull it close to you, you can adjust the microphone so that we can hear your answers.
Certainly.
Right.
And
Mr. Oliver,
speak up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Oliver, do you recognize this man right here?
Yes.
Pointing to the defendant. Who do you know him to be?
Robert Durst.
And how do you know Mr. Durst?
I know him from New York City.
And when did the two of you first meet?
1977.
And can you explain the circumstances of how you came to be acquainted with Mr. Durst?
I called the Durst organization, and I asked for a meeting with someone who was be involved in a property on Broadway, and I was put through to Seymour Durst, who suggested I come in and meet with him.
At that time, Mr. Oliver, is it fair to say that you had some real estate interests, but not to the same level as the Dursts?
That's my recollection, yes.
And at that time, your father-in-law was a man named Abe Hirschfeld, is that correct?
Yes.
And your father-in-law was a very well-known real estate mogul, businessman, producer in New York City, is that correct?
No.
Okay, can you tell me who Abe Hirschfeld was?
He was my father-in-law.
Can you tell me what kind of work Mr. Hirschfeld did?
He was a real estate owner in New York City.
And did he own like just one little house, or did he own a lot of real estate?
I really can't recollect how much real estate he owned.
Can you recollect that Mr. Hirschfeld was extremely wealthy?
I have no idea what his net worth was, sir.
Okay, so you were married to his daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long were you and his daughter married for?
Less than 7 years.
And you had a child yourself together, is that correct? You and your ex-wife?
Yes.
So during the time that you knew Mr. Hirschfeld, did you become involved yourself in real estate?
I was involved in real estate before I met Mr. Hirschfeld.
Do you recall previously stating, Mr. Oliver, that you married your ex-wife Rachel in 1973?
I don't recall me making that statement.
Okay, this is going to be pleasant. When did you marry your wife
In
Rachel?
1973.
And in 1975, did you believe that you had made enough money and you didn't have to work again?
No.
Do you recall saying to me during a recorded interview on October 30th, 2019, that in 1975 you thought you had made enough money and did not have to work again, and you moved to Paris, but you ran out of money and came back to New York? Do you recall saying that?
No, I do not.
Is that true or false?
Is it what, true or false?
Is the statement, Mr. Oliver, I was going to wait a little while, Your Honor, but really, so, Your Honor, at this point in time, pursuant to the motion that the people previously filed under Evidence Code Section 767, as well as the Williams case at 43 Cal 4th, 584 at 631, the Spain case, SPAIN 1984 at 154 Cal App 3rd at 845, 853, citing Goldenson, an 1888 case. You don't get to do that every day.
Oh, Oldenson. That's a good one.
Mr. DeGuerin might have argued that case, I'm not sure. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be designated as an adverse witness.
So, yes, granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Oliver, are you denying that you stated during the interview on October 30th, 2019, that by 1975 you thought you'd made enough money, you didn't have to work again, so you moved to Paris, but ran out of money and moved back to New York?
I'm not denying it. I just don't recall ever saying that.
So what I asked you is that a true statement, yes or no?
A true statement. You mean why I moved to Paris?
Okay, so again, I'm going to take this in parts.
I'm having trouble
Okay,
understanding.
I'll take it in parts. In 1975, did you believe that you had made enough money and you didn't have to work again?
No,
Did you previously state that?
I don't recall stating that.
So if you had stated it, it would be incorrect then, is that what you're saying?
Incorrect that I didn't understand it? I'm a little confused what you're trying to
Okay,
get at, sir.
well, so Mr. Aller, if you can, instead of worrying about what you think I'm trying to do, if you could just answer my questions, it'll go a lot faster.
I am, sir.
Sidebar remark. Object to that remark.
No, overruled. But I will suggest that that each question be minute. In other words, just identify one fact and present that fact since you're leading.
That's what I will do, Your Honor.
Okay, for affirmation or not.
At one point in time, you moved to Paris, is that correct?
Yes.
And while in Paris, you ran out of money, is that correct?
No.
Did you previously state that you ran out of money while you were
I
in
do
Paris?
not recall stating it.
I'm sorry?
I do
Yes,
not
Mr.
recall
Relevance,
that.
objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Good.
Overruled. It's foundational material about this witness.
But running out of money in Paris?
I'm not going to call upon Mr. Lewin now to describe the scenario under which this will become relevant. I'm going to give him some leeway. Otherwise, Mr. Lewin will be stating his case so that he should be eliciting from the witness. So I am going to give him leeway. You may proceed.
Would you agree, Mr. Oliver, that Robert Durst is somebody you care very much about?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself in the courtroom today to be a neutral, unbiased witness?
Yes.
Are you here just to answer our questions and to tell us what you know?
That's what I'm supposed to do, correct?
Again, if you can answer my question.
Yeah, I'm here to answer the questions. Yes, of course.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Oliver, that you did not want to come to court?
No.
That's not a fair thing to say.
No.
Is it fair to say that you have been uncooperative with nearly every attempt to contact you since Mr. Durst was arrested in 2015?
I'm here. I'm very cooperative.
So listen to my question. Have you been cooperative throughout the investigation since 2015?
I believe so.
Okay. You have an attorney, is that correct, Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
And you were ordered, in fact, you were ordered by Judge Wyndham to be in court and have been on call, having no choice to come or not to come to court. Is that correct?
I'm in court, sir.
So, Mr. Oliver, if you can, I want you to listen to my question very carefully. You were ordered by Judge Wyndham to be on call to me in my office. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And in fact, you got a lawyer, is that correct, who has been dealing with us regarding figuring out the time for you to come to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to getting that lawyer, you or your lawyer requested the transcripts of your prior interviews. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if she did.
Well, let me ask this. Do you have in your possession or have you listened to the prior interviews that you've given in this case that were recorded?
I've seen some transcripts of some of the conversations, yes.
If you can, and again, maybe it's my bad hearing, but Your Honor, could the court inquire of the jury if they can hear him? I can't very well.
Okay, please raise your voice.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So I want to go back to 1982, were you contacted or interviewed at all by New York Police Department investigators in 1982 at the time that Kathy Durst disappeared?
In 1982?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
You believe you were interviewed at that time?
Yes, you've told me several times.
Have you, Do you know who interviewed you?
No.
Have you ever told us or been provided with an interview of what you allegedly said back in 1982?
I've never seen, you mean like a transcript or?
So what I'm asking you is, and let me say it this way, what makes you believe you were interviewed in 1982? Do you have an actual memory of that?
Actually, I don't have a memory of it.
Okay, so you don't know whether you were interviewed in 1982 or not?
No, I believe I was interviewed. You've told me I was interviewed.
2001, correct? Mr. Oliver, is when you were interviewed first. Is that correct?
You know, at the best of my recollection, I can't remember.
Did you ever yourself reach out to investigators at the time that Kathy Durst disappeared?
I do not believe I ever reached out to anyone.
Any reason why not?
No.
Well, you knew at some point that she was missing, correct?
Correct.
And you and Bob Durst were very close friends back in 1982, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that potentially, Mr. Oliver, strike that, you knew that you had spoken to Mr. Durst the week after his wife allegedly disappeared, correct?
I don't recall that.
So you do remember being contacted by investigators from the New York State Police in 2001, is that right?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if it was the New York State Police. I'm not sure which police department.
Counsel, will you stipulate, it will save us a little bit of time, that Mr. Oliver was interviewed on December 19, 2001 by New York State Police?
I don't know that.
Yeah.
What's that?
There's no stipulation.
Okay. We'll do it the long way. Do you,
They've not stipulated to that fact, so Mr. Lewin will be inquiring of you. You'll answer questions about that.
do you,
Talk loud into that.
I'm sorry.
do you recall, Mr. Oliver, being interviewed in Westchester County by investigators who were either from the New York State Police or the Westchester County District Attorney's Office?
I do not recall that.
And in saying that you do not recall it, then I assume you don't have any memory of what you would have said to them. Is that correct?
At the best of my knowledge, I can't remember what I said to them.
Well, you've been asked before by me about this interview in 2001, correct?
I don't recall that.
So you don't remember during our 2019 interview you being asked about what you had said to investigators in 2001? You have no memory of that?
To the best of my recollection, I cannot remember anything.
Let me see if this helps. Do you recall, Mr. Oliver, saying to detectives in 2001 that you believe that Kathy Durst might have been sold into white slavery because of her cocaine problem? Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall that. Is that a document you're referring to?
Yeah, it's my document.
May I see that?
No, you may not. Do you recall, Mr. Oliver?
Recall what?
Do you recall making that comment that you believed that Kathy Durst had been sold into white slavery because of her cocaine problem?
I do.
What's
The
that?
best of my recollection, I cannot recall that.
Do you recall being asked about this during the 2019 interview with me and responding that, quote, Bob Durst didn't tell you that, you were probably, quote, just being funny when you said it? Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall that.
And as you sit here today, are you telling me that the first time you can ever recall the subject of Kathy Durst being sold into white slavery is during this examination today?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
Well, let me ask you, do you think if you would have said it, you would have remembered it?
I can't, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, does the concept,
I didn't
Mr.
think
Oliver,
that.
of Kathy Durst being sold into white slavery, does that sound like something that you could have thought?
No, I would never have thought of that, I don't believe.
So I want you to assume for a moment in this hypothetical that you made that comment. Can you explain why you would have said that?
Wait a minute, that's assuming something he said he doesn't remember. Objection, false.
Your Honor.
False statement.
Okay, false statement
No,
is
no,
not
no,
a valid
sorry.
objection.
I'm sorry, my mouth got stuck in my
Okay,
mask.
unstick your mouth and make a valid objection.
It's a hypothetical not based on a valid basis.
Okay, sustain.
Well, Your Honor.
Good
Sustain.
enough, close enough.
Get it,
Sustain.
sustain.
Your Honor,
Yes.
as an offer of proof, detectives
No,
will be
it's-
coming in
it's-
to testify to that statement.
I object to the
Counsel-
offer of
if I
proof.
could- Counsel has
This
the
is a
discovery,
speaking
Your Honor.
objection, and I object to it.
Okay, everybody, inhale,
Okay. Shall we take a break?
No.
exhale. That's okay. Our break will be quite brief. Pause.
I think I need to meditate on this.
You do, you do. All right.
Would you like the bait stamp discovery page where this statement is indicated, Your Honor?
Okay, no, I know. So you intend to supply this factual basis.
Foundational to impeachment, subject to
Yeah.
1235 of the Evidence Code and People
All right,
versus
all right,
Green, Your
yeah,
Honor.
yeah. Why would you say it? I think if hypothetically you said it, why would you say it? Okay, objection's overruled.
I'm sorry?
I'm
I thought you
over-
sustained the objection.
Pardon?
I thought you sustained
I
the
did, but
objection.
I've rethought it. I'm going to overrule it. Mr. Lewin says he's going to supply the factual basis for it. In other words, it's not assuming a fact that won't be proved. I'll strike it if that fact is not supplied.
I think I know what he's going to supply, and it's bootstrapping. He's supplying his own basis for it.
Well,
It's their writing, it's not the witness's writing.
we'll see.
With it.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, listen to my question, Mr. Oliver. I want you to assume, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that you made a statement to New York State investigators on December 19th, 2001, that said that you believed that Kathy might have been sold into white slavery because of her cocaine problem. So I'm now asking you to assume you said that. So my question is, can you explain why you would have said that?
Again, that's assuming that it said it.
Oh, no. Overruled, but I'm going to strike it unless, I'm going to have you introduce the inconsistent statement. Okay?
Well,
But after you ask the hypothetical about why, and then I'll let you.
Your Honor, that's going to come through a witness who's going to testify. I can give the court all the authority, but that witness is going to be coming out and testifying.
Speaking objection.
No, he's a.
Counsel has the discovery, Your Honor. It's not a dispute. It's what was said.
Okay. I'll strike it if it's not supplied, if the factual basis isn't supplied. If counsel has a different way to introduce that fact other than introduction through this witness of this, I mean, you could publish the inconsistent statement now if you wished, or, but I'll strike it unless you publish it one way or another.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you understand my question, Mr. Oliver?
Not really.
Okay, so I'm having you assume that you made that statement to detectives. So I'm just trying to understand why you would have said, if you have any idea, why you would have told them that you believe that Kathy Durst might have been sold into white slavery because of a cocaine problem.
I don't believe I ever told them.
So you're denying, so here's what I'm asking. I want you to assume for a moment that you said that. I'm asking you to assume you said it. Would it be your testimony then that you would not be able to explain why you would have said that?
No, I can't.
Wait a minute. Objection. As to a hypothetical question, the witness has
Denied. He
disputed.
he denies saying it, so why would you say something and he denies saying it? So it appears nonsensical in a way.
It
On the
is.
other hand, if the.
That's my objection,
Yeah.
nonsensical.
Nonsensical.
I don't
All
think
right.
Thank you for
that's
supplying.
not an objection.
No, I understand. The objection is that it's an improper hypothetical, and I've overruled that objection. Okay.
So let's continue.
Subject to a motion to strike, for the reasons I explained.
Mr. Oliver, you were not contacted by any law enforcement relating to Kathy's disappearance between 2001 and 2015. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, I can't recall.
Okay, keep it louder. that you
I
don't-
can't recall.
And do you recall, Mr. Oliver, being called on the telephone by what everybody would stipulate in this courtroom is the nice prosecutor, as he's known, Mr. Habib?
Stipulated.
Do you recall Mr. Balian calling you on the phone, Mr. Oliver, on April 29, 2015?
I do not recall that.
And are you saying you don't recall it was Mr. Balian, or you don't recall being contacted by district attorneys from our office?
I don't remember the call.
And I would assume then that you also do not remember what your demeanor was in terms of agreeing to speak with them. Is that correct?
No, I don't remember that.
Were you cooperative?
I believe I was.
Your Honor, we're going to play clip D001. This is from April 29, 2015, page 3, line 21 to page 4, line 14.
Improper impeachment on a collateral matter.
What?
I don't know if it's collateral or not. Is this the same thing?
Yes. April 29, 2015, first interview.
Relevant.
Overruled.
Your Honor, can we mark this as 95 and 95A?
Yes?
What's the status of your relationship? Are you guys?
I'm not sure if I'm comfortable talking to you. I don't know how this is going to help him or help you. I mean, how did it help anybody?
Well, I'm a prosecutor with Los Angeles County. I'm after just the truth, trying to figure out what the truth is here, and I don't see how speaking to me, would be a problem if everyone is just after the truth. I mean, is there information you have that maybe you don't want to provide, or is it just that you don't have information, that you don't think you have information, or what's your hesitancy to speak with me?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I don't want to speak to you.
Yeah.
Okay? I really haven't thought about it, to be honest with you.
How good of...
Don't ask me any questions, please. I got to determine whether I want to even talk to you. Okay? I have to decide.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes,
That's you, isn't it?
correct.
Would you call that cooperative, Mr. Oliver?
I think I was being cooperative.
And would you say that Mr. Balian was being...
Say that louder, please.
Yes,
You would call that cooperative.
yes.
Would you say that Mr. Balian was being rude or offensive in the way that he was questioning you?
Impeachment on a collateral matter.
Overruled.
This is not relevant.
Overruled.
And he's free, will the court instruct the jury that he was free to refuse to talk if he wanted to? And he said he didn't know whether he was going to talk?
No, I won't. That's true, what you're saying, but the point that Mr. Lewin is trying to make goes to the credibility of this witness, and so I will not instruct them as you have requested.
And my objection is it doesn't go to the credibility of the witness. He's merely asking if he can decide whether he wants to talk.
Yeah, that's for the jury to decide whether or not it impugns his credibility. You may be seated. Your objection is overruled.
And the final objection is, we finally have a witness who is talking back to Mr. Lewin, and I think that he had a right to do that, Your Honor.
He's not broken the law, has he? But that's all right. That's for the jury to decide. You may go ahead.
Mr. Oliver, do you recall, or even from listening to that clip, was Mr. Balian in any way rude or demeaning to you?
No, he wasn't rude to me.
Do you need to speak louder? You're kind of mumbling.
No.
Would you agree that during that initial conversation with Mr. Balian, that instead of answering questions, you were asking questions on your own, trying to figure out why you were being called?
Could you restate that again, please?
So, do you agree, Mr. Oliver, that during your first contact with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office on April 29, 2015, that rather than answering the questions that you were being asked, that you yourself wanted your own questions answered about what the office was doing, who was being interviewed, et cetera, and not answering those of Mr. Balian?
compound question, and it's
Compound.
not relevant.
Okay, it is compound. Sustained. Individual questions when you're
Sure.
leading.
During that conversation, Mr. Oliver, did you answer any of Mr. Balian's questions?
Yes.
You did. Did you ask Mr. Balian questions on your own?
According to this, yes.
Well, I'm not asking you to look at a transcript. We're talking about a different clip now. I'm asking you, if you recall, during that first conversation, did you agree to answer Mr. Balian's questions, or did you merely ask questions of him of your own?
To the best of my recollection, I don't recall.
Clip number 002, 429, 2015, page 4, line 21 to page 5, line 5.
Your Honor, can we mark this as 96 and 96A as the transcript?
Yes.
Is that an offer to introduce it, Your Honor?
No.
Is it?
Do you object to its,
I do.
is this a, well, I'll review it. You have an inconsistent statement?
Yeah, it's a statement. It's a prior inconsistent statement under Green.
Okay, it's, but I need to see it to rule on the objection. So please give me a copy of this.
Your Honor, may I approach? I don't have a...
Come around this way. Go approach with your screen. You don't have this
I
printed?
don't have it printed up.
Yes, you may come around, unplug it and come around.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes? I should buy a whole case. Yes, we will.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Could I supply the witness with water?
Thank you very much. Oh, credential.
You can keep that souvenir of Department 1. Want to let parties give anybody one. We're going to let them, yeah.
And to be clear, my objection is impeachment on a collateral matter and not relevant.
Okay, those are overruled.
May Mr. Milius play the clip now, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're talking to, you know, anyone who we have information that may have information.
Who have you called so far?
Well, you know, unfortunately, I'm in a situation where I can't really share with witnesses, like, the status of an investigation. I can only hope that witnesses will...
Well, I'm not a witness.
Well, no, but individuals who may have information, we're hoping they'll just speak to us and tell us what they do or don't know.
So you talk to some people and they're already witnesses?
Does that refresh your memory?
Regarding what?
I can't.
Say, speak into the mic.
Does that refresh your memory, Mr. Oliver, that rather than answering questions, you were simply asking them?
That was the original question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And relevancy on whether he was asking questions or not.
Overruled.
Did you indicate during that interview with Mr. Balian, Mr. Oliver, that you were aware that Mr. Balian was interviewing other people that knew Bob Durst?
This has refreshed my memory, yes.
So it's not on this clip. I'm asking you, just want to be clear, I'm asking you, you're looking down at a clip, which is not what I'm asking you about. So just listen to my question. During that conversation, did you tell Mr. Balian that you were aware that the district attorney's office in Los Angeles was talking to people that knew Bob Durst?
Well, it says that I'm aware of it.
So do you want to answer my, you know what, I'm just going to play clip number 3. This is page 5, line 17 to page 8, line 10. And by the way, Your Honor, Mr. DeGuerin has,
I know.
he can look up when I give the page numbers.
I don't have the clips that he has.
You-
I have the transcript, but I don't know what he's going to do.
That's why I'm giving you page numbers, Mr. DeGuerin.
Yeah, okay, so, you understand each other? Like Mr. Lewin is telling the court that you have these. And
Actually, he's making a speech, Your Honor.
What?
And I object to that.
Right, I don't know that it really bears on any...
We're here about Susan Berman.
Right, thank you, Mr. DeGuerin. All right. You may proceed.
Okay, clip number 3.
You need to mark it?
Yes, 97 and 97A.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're talking to people that knew Bob, okay, but you didn't give me names. I'm curious who else is talking to you.
Well, I can't really provide you that
No, you
information.
can't means you physically are unable to. You won't, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I will not share with other people the status of a criminal
It's
investigation.
not a status, you're just answering questions. Come on, what is this?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not it's not really a game. You could probably guess who we're
No,
talking.
it's not a game at all. I don't understand what you're playing at me. I'm not going to talk to someone who's not going to be forthright and honest with me. And if you can't talk to me, just tell me.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you.
No, you're not.
I'm being honest right now. I'm really not allowed to talk to you
Who said you're not allowed to talk to me about that?
Well, that's just the way it works.
Wait a minute, that's the way it works. It's not that you're wrong, okay? Come on. I don't like when you talk down to me like that, okay?
Okay, well, I apologize you're taking it that way.
Well, I am, because, you can tell me who you're talking to. Doesn't hurt you. So why don't you, when you decide you want to talk to me, this is not going to be a one-way conversation, okay? I don't like one-way conversations, okay?
Yeah. Well...
Okay, I don't know how I can help you. I don't know how I can help you. Give me one reason why I should talk to someone who won't tell me anything.
It's not a matter of helping me.
Well, just tell me, why should I do that?
I'm after the truth, so, you might have
You're not
information.
after the truth. You have to admit I have the truth. You have the truth, but you're not telling me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you I can't tell you who I'm speaking with in an open investigation. I'm asking you whether you're willing to provide me information that might be helpful to Mr. Durst, information that might show he's guilty, information that might show he's innocent. I just trying to get to the truth. Are you willing to do that?
If you're honest with me, yes.
Well, I was just honest with you. I'm not going to tell you who I'm speaking to and what they're saying.
Then there's no reason for us to speak anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to hear. This is not a one-way conversation. Okay. Well, why should I do this for you? Give me a reason.
Well, a reason is because who I'm assuming is your good friend, who you've known since 1977. Is in jail, and you may have information which is helpful to him. You may have information that's harmful to him, and perhaps you just want to get to the truth or assist investigators.
Then I guess I should talk to his attorneys, not you.
Well, if that's your choice and what you perceive would be the proper way to go, then that's what you'll do. I can't make you talk to me. I'm asking you whether you're willing to talk to me.
No, not after this conversation. I did until you called me.
Yeah. Okay. What information is it that you were hoping I'd be able to give you?
Because I'm not interested in talking to someone and having a one-way conversation. It's a give and take world, okay?
Mr. Oliver, would you characterize your attitude on that call as cooperative?
Attitude, what relevance? Attitude.
Overruled. Credibility. You may answer.
Would you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Would you characterize your attitude and your demeanor on that call with Mr. Balian as cooperative?
I think I was being cooperative.
Okay. You were recontacted by law enforcement on February 11, 2016. Do you recall being contacted and immediately saying you're busy, but that you would speak the next morning when you said you'd be available? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Clip number D004, page 2, line 9 to page 3, line 5. This is from the 2/11/16 interview.
98A?
Yes, John.
Hi, is this Doug Oliver?
You're sorry?
John Lewin, I'm a Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney. I spoke to you, gosh, it's probably been close to a year ago, and then you talked to my partner back in April of 2015. When you and I talked, I wanted to meet you in New York, and at the time, you were unavailable and frankly didn't seem very interested in speaking to us. So, good.
I've got a problem with you. I'm in the middle of dinner right now, a dinner party.
Oh, no problem.
Is it possible? Could you call me? You're in California now?
I'm in California, sure.
If you want to call me tomorrow morning, I'm available.
Okay.
Anytime after 8 o'clock New York time.
Do you recall what happened the next day?
That's my recollection. I can't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall the next day being called, Mr. Oliver, at the time that you had agreed, and saying during that conversation it was again not a good time to talk, and picking the date of February 16, 4 days later at 4 p.m. to talk? Do you recall that?
No.
Clip D005, 2/12/16, page 5, line 25 to page 7, line 28.
99A?
Please, Your Honor, thank you.
First of all, I'm out of my house in the Hamptons right now because we're getting ready to go. I'm meeting those. I came out here this morning. That's where I just came out. So this is really not a very good time for me to speak at length. So if we make an
figure out a time right now. You tell me what works. I have my calendar out.
And also, I'm not sure how I can help you. That's the whole thing. What I can do for either side, yeah.
Well, listen.
I haven't seen why you would want to waste the time talking to her. Certainly don't want to waste, I guess, the state of California's time.
Well, listen. Don't worry about my time. If I didn't think you had information, I wouldn't be talking to you. So, I'm good. You don't need to worry about it. I'm more than. I've talked to many people, and you're another person on the list. So, you let me know what the time is. I just want to make sure that, and again, I have to ask this. Sure.
Hello? Thank you. Okay, great. So I'm here. All right, so when you get here, come find me, so call me, I'll lead you in. Where are you right now? All right, when you get into Southampton, I'll have you call me when you start to feel like you're having trouble finding the place. Okay? Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. All right. So let me know what day works.
I guess next week we're up today, basically. Where's my calendar? I guess the 16th, I'm pretty free, except for lunch. So, like the end of the day, like 4 o'clock New York time is good for me. I'll definitely be home and relaxed.
Do you recall if you made yourself available on February 6th?
Motion to strike, Your Honor, relevancy.
Denied.
Did you make yourself available on February 16th, the date that you requested?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true, Mr. Oliver, that you did not make yourself available, and then you were called the next day on February 17th, 2016? Do you recall that?
That's my recollection. I don't recall any of these conversations.
So as far as you know, you've never spoken to me before?
No, I've spoken to you.
But you don't recall the content of any of the conversations, is that correct?
No, I don't recall the content.
So on the 17th, Mr. Oliver, isn't it true that you were called, and instead of explaining why you had not been available at the time you agreed, you merely stated that you had missed the interview because you were on a plane again? Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that.
Clip D006, 21716, page 2, line 10 to page 6, line 9.
Relevancy, engagement on a collateral matter.
Overruled.
Where are we going with this, Judge?
Well, the witness's credibility is being questioned.
Why
Mr. DeGuerin.
does this go to credibility that he doesn't want to talk to Lewin? I don't want to talk to him.
Okay, well, I don't start.
I won't be asking, so we
No.
probably won't have a conflict.
Your credibility's fine, Mr. DeGuerin, so we're not going to even address it. So it's unquestionable. But here we have a witness, and his credibility is an issue. So you may proceed, Mr. Lewin.
And by the way, it's nothing personal.
Nothing. 100 day.
One of your fangs nipped me when you turned around, Mr. DeGuerin. So,
I don't know how you can see it with this damn thing.
they sneak out the side.
Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt the back and forth, but 100 and 100A?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver, this is John Lewin, LA County District Attorney's Office.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not real good because we had an appointment yesterday at 1.
no, I was in an airplane.
Okay, you realize we made that appointment at that was the date you chose. You didn't call us.
Whoa. Hey, I was in an airplane. What am I supposed to do? Okay.
Well, listen, I mean.
Don't give me a hard time about it. I'm sorry, okay?
Well, all right, then
then listen, let's, we'll.
What exactly? Look, I'm being nice talking to you. I have to talk to you. So if you're happy with me in the beginning, then let's not talk.
Well, Mr. Oliver,
I'm on an airplane. What do you want me to do about that?
Well,
End the story, okay? It was very bad weather down here, and we were delaying.
well, listen, so then
This is starting to really annoy me, okay?
then we'll take it going forward. Listen, what are you talking?
What's that mean taking going forward?
Meaning,
I'm not a lawyer, okay?
no, listen, let me tell you what I mean. So what I'm saying.
I'm upset now, dude, the way you're talking to me. I don't like it.
Well, here's the situation. When you talk to us.
What is the situation? You're asking for help from me, right?
Can I, Mr. Oliver, can you listen to me for a second? You're not letting me answer. You're not letting me answer it in anything.
You don't have to listen to me, okay? You're asking me for help. Don't put me down because I couldn't reach you on the phone, okay? And if you don't want to deal with me that way, then don't deal with me. You don't have to talk to me.
Well, Mr. Oliver, here's the situation. There's a couple of ways.
What situation?
That's not. If I can tell you, I'll let you know. Whether you talk to us is up to you outside of the courtroom. We believe you've got information. If you don't want to speak to us, we'll just subpoena you and bring you to court. I would prefer to.
Look, you have your right to do anything you want. Right now, you're getting me upset because you're not, it was very nice. You were very good. Or maybe you weren't the person I spoke to before. You have a much better manner than you do. But to sit there and immediately attack me because I couldn't pick up the phone yesterday, I do not like that, okay? So why don't you go, think about it, and then call me back when you decide you want to talk to me like a gentleman.
Well, Mr. Oliver, I'm speaking. Listen. Let's just.
Let's get the facts straight. You're asking for my help, correct?
I'm not asking for your help. I'm asking you to just find out information that you have. But listen.
No, you're asking for your help because why would I do this if it's not you're going to ask me for something?
Well, I would hope you would do it because two people.
Because why?
Because two people have been murdered.
But they've been murdered when everybody knows.
Well, so that's why we're trying to find out what information you might have. Listen.
I thought in this country that you were innocent and proven guilty. You're sitting there saying that you're assuming that he murdered. I don't know.
I didn't mention Bob Durst at all. I simply said two people have been murdered. But listen, my apologies. Listen, my apologies if I was annoyed that you didn't call us back. And listen, I took you not calling me yesterday as you know what. You just weren't going to speak to us and didn't want to give us a call to let us know. If that's incorrect, then my apologies. And when I said let's take it,
First of all, you don't leave messages, okay?
I did. I left messages on 3 different phones.
I mean, your stuff comes through emails over plane.
Okay. Well, listen. Then.
And I really feel it's from the airplane. It's expensive to use these phones, okay? It's very expensive.
Would you agree that during that call, Mr. Oliver, that you made clear that you would not speak over the phone, that you would not allow us to come interview you in New York, and that the only way you would come to California was on your private airplane if we paid for your gas? Is that what you told us?
I don't recall it.
Oh, okay. Clip D007, 21716, page 6, line 10, to page 8, line 6.
It's a 101, 101A.
Eventually, this is going to get tiring and boring, arguing about whether to talk, Judge. It's not relevant to any issue in the case. That's my objection, and it's impeachment on a collateral matter. And he said he doesn't remember. He didn't deny making the statement.
No, but he does. He's saying he doesn't remember, and I find that is inconsistent. So he's leading. This is overruled. Objections.
May I have the witness on bar diary?
No.
To determine whether he has a way of remembering it.
No, I'll let Mr. Lewin do that. You may proceed, Mr. Lewin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, listen, so you get to be here, bring me to California, I'd love to come to California.
Okay, so.
Did that at your expense?
Well, so listen, so is what you're saying.
That sounds like a great deal for me.
Well, listen, Mr. Oliver, we would like to speak to you. In the end, it's your decision whether you talk to us or not outside of a subpoena. I'd like to speak to you.
But when they do a subpoena, do they pay for me to come out there?
Do they? Yes. The trip is paid by us.
I only travel good because I have a plane ready, so I'd love to have you.
No, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't. We don't play for your private plane. You fly on coach.
That's terrible.
Well, listen, when I travel for the office, I don't get to be on a private plane either, although it sounds like I like your way of flying better than mine.
Hey, well, listen, I think, look, I'd love to come to LA to talk to you. That'd be a fantastic thing.
Well, listen, if we can kind of start over right now.
I don't like to tell us something that you said. It sounds like we blow it, you and I, okay? We're not doing well on the telephone. I think we much too. I like the idea. You offered. I'd love to come down.
Mr. Oliver, this is Habib Bailey, and I'm the first gentleman you spoke with a couple months ago. I don't know, do you remember me? Maybe last year?
First gentleman.
I was the one, I called you up and I was asking you some questions, and you ended up not really answering any of my questions. You wanted to ask me a bunch of questions, and I was explaining to you that I couldn't provide you information in an investigation. I don't know, do you remember me?
By the way, I'm the guy, John Lewin. Well, listen. When I talked to you last week, you said you liked me, and I answered all your questions. I didn't get to ask you any of mine. So here's where we are. We're asking to speak with you. If your answer is, you know what, I'm refusing to speak with you, that you need to bring me out here, let me just advise you of what the process is. So what we have to do is we have to subpoena you through New York, which is okay.
Would you agree, Mr. Oliver, that by the end of that February 17, 2016 call, you would not give us an answer of whether you were willing to be interviewed, and you asked to be called again the following Friday, where you would give your answer finally whether or not you would agree to be interviewed? Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Oh, okay. I won't have to play this one then. Do you recall if you made yourself available the following Friday as you said you would?
I don't remember if I did.
Would it surprise you if you didn't?
And it wouldn't surprise me.
So, you were called again on February...
Would you repeat your answer? The
No.
jurors couldn't hear you. Say it again
No.
out loud.
No.
No, it would not surprise you, correct?
No, yes.
You need to speak out loud. You're mumbling.
No, yes. No. Correct. Okay. Sorry.
And I just have to ask, Mr. Oliver, when you make plans with people to be interviewed or for phone calls, do those plans that you make, do those have any relevance to you as to whether or not you're actually going to follow through with them?
But I'm here today.
Yes, you are here today under subpoena by threat of being put on a plane in handcuffs. That is correct.
Wait a minute.
Strike it.
Strike it and ask the jury to disregard that.
Disregard that, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Oliver.
I'll have a motion on the brief.
I was never threatened.
Thank you.
On February 29th, when you did not make yourself available as you had indicated, you were called again, is that correct?
I don't recall when you called me again.
Do you recall during that phone call, again, making demand that you needed to be flown out in your private plane?
I don't remember.
Do you recall if you were rude and uncooperative?
I don't think I was rude or uncooperative.
Clip D009, 229-16, page 2, line 10 to page 5, line 8.
102, 102A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What date?
Give it to you again. It's going to be page 2, line 10 to page 5, line 8.
No. What date?
2/29/16.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Doug Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver, this is Deputy DA John Lewin.
Yes.
You were going to call me on Friday, but we didn't.
That isn't the way we left it at all. You said you wanted to call me, and I said, I don't care if you call.
Oh, okay. Well, I called you on Friday.
Yeah, I was in London, so what do you want?
Well, so what did you decide to do?
I didn't decide to do anything.
You were going to be, if you recall, we put this over because.
First of all, I really am offended that you want to bring me out there. You're not going to bring me out private. I won't go.
On your private plane?
No, I will not go coach. I won't do it.
Well, okay.
You make me get on a plane. I'm afraid to
Well, the county doesn't play for people to fly first class.
I'm not going to go on a court show.
All right, listen, you want to be uncooperative, it's your option. Listen, what we'll do is, very simple. And listen, I'm not threatening you at all, I'm telling you how it's... Mr. Oliver, let me... listen, I'm being as much... All right, listen. All right, let me keep my voice down.
Please calm down.
Okay, here I go.
Take a drink and calm down.
I can't really drink, although I'm starting to think about it.
Go get yourself a glass of water and calm down.
I'm good.
Talking to a child.
I'm good. So here's the situation. Okay.
What's the situation?
So the situation.
I don't appreciate you calling me when I'm in London.
Mr. Oliver, this is Investigator Savarese. Would you please let Mr. Lewin finish a sentence without interrupting?
Why?
Because we're not getting anywhere with this conversation.
Right. You know what? You're really annoying me because you're not being very polite.
Well,
okay? And I don't like threats, okay?
Well,
you lose me 100% when you threaten.
Well, listen. Okay, Mr. Oliver.
I'm threatening you.
Listen, here's the situation. I'm trying to be. I can't listen. I can't force you to talk to me. It's completely up to you whether you're going to talk to me or not. If you don't want to talk to me, I'm just telling you that my options that are left, which I will use, is I'm going to subpoena you. You're going to end up having to go into court at least
You're
one.
going to find me. That's the first thing. Okay?
Well, so you're.
I'm going to be in London, okay? Okay? You're coming to London to get me.
So why did you say at the end of that clip that we would have to find you and you would be in England?
I don't remember why I said that. But I'm here now.
Would you again, Mr. Oliver, would you deem that conversation as you being cooperative?
I don't think I was being uncooperative. I'm just being truthful to you.
I can't hear you. Say it again, louder.
What would you like me to say, sir?
Okay, the last thing you said, well, let's have our court reporter repeat it, the answer, so the jurors can hear it. I think you can reject it.
I don't think I was being uncooperative. I'm just being truthful.
All right, I think it's time for our recess. So it is 3:05 p.m. We'll come back at 3:20. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. You may step down from the witness stand, but you may not leave the court. Okay, so you should, he says he wants to talk to his lawyer. His lawyer's here. How can he talk to his lawyer?
Oh, his lawyers, I think Mr. Ted Romero can bring him to his lawyer.
Okay, will you bring him to he wants to talk to his lawyer. You can talk, he'll take you to your lawyer, okay?
Sure, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I'll wait till he leaves.
Yes. No. No. 5th and the 22nd, that's it. Okay, the witness has left the courtroom. There's a motion or a...
Yeah, Your Honor, I understand that the court said that this was being done because his credibility is in question. He hasn't answered a factual question, so I'm not clear on how his credibility was in question. Secondly, all this is a comment on a United States citizen's constitutional right to refuse to speak to the police. which I'm not clear on why that's problematic. Not wanting to speak to the police is a right, and to transpose that into somehow you're not being cooperative, that's a slippery slope, Your Honor.
I don't think so, Mr.
But I move for a mistrial, Your Honor, because I also
Okay.
don't think that Mr. Lewin knows that he said, I think it was live, I couldn't tell if it was the tape or him, about you came out here because we were going to put you in handcuffs.
Well, the fact is, I issued a warrant for the man's arrest.
Okay, but why does the jury get to hear that?
Well,
No, seriously, Your Honor.
I think that's a problem.
Because it goes to his credibility.
I struck that, by the way, because I still think it's more prejudicial than probative, and not to the level of being a mistrial, but that's not necessary, that they know that he'd be in handcuffs. But he could very well have been placed in handcuffs. So I don't think he would have been placed in handcuffs. I think when confronted with the warrant, and he did come here voluntarily. But no, that's no grounds for a mistrial. Now, as far as the substance, what you didn't hear, Mr. Chesnut, but Mr. DeGuerin and I, we had a sidebar off the record where I asked Mr. Lewin whether there was going to be some substance here, because the point isn't to put the man on the witness stand, associate him with Mr. Durst, and then humiliate him. On the other hand, I trust that there is going to be a relevant point. Now, the fact that the impeachment is coming before the relevant point is very interesting to me. I will allow it because I think that Mr. Lewin's going to great length to show the profound lack of credibility of this person. And he's the least credible person and the least cooperative person I've ever seen in my career as a lawyer or as a judge. No, that's not true. I saw some gang members who were similar. But that being said, I mean, this is his behavior is terrible, and it's not just a matter of you're right not to speak to the police, because he didn't just refuse to speak. He played with Mr. Lewin and Mr. Balian in an abusive way, and I think that Mr. Lewin is displaying this for the jury, and the jury will know when the facts come from this person in the way that they come from this person, that is something for them to keep in mind. I think this is a good impeachment. The thing that's unorthodox is that the impeachment is coming before the fact.
Point of personal privilege, Your Honor.
Okay.
You have taken the attitude that this is an uncooperative or an incredible, not credible witness solely because he had the guts to stand up to an abusive prosecutor.
That's false. That's false. I'm sorry. That I'm observing the evidence as it is presented to me, and I am seeing a profoundly uncooperative person. And so the questions of his credibility are well taken, and I'm not taking sides. I just don't. I think this witness is impeachable. I had to issue a body attachment for this guy. I find that shocking, really. I had to hold the body attachment. I ordered him to come back. He was insolent, really, toward the court when I ordered him to return. He was very rude and disrespectful, and that pervades his presentation at all times. So this. But am I letting you know that I don't think that he's very credible?
Your Honor,
yes.
May I say this to you? Your opinion is respected by us. What I'm having trouble with it is he's not credible about what?
Right.
Because if in fact there is no relevant testimony to be extracted from this man, then all that happened here was somebody associated with Mr. Durst is presented to the jury who draws the same conclusion you drew, which is that he's of bad character, and that is definitely prejudicial to Mr. Durst. So I'm waiting to see what it is that the state thinks that Mr. Oliver adds to the proof of the charges.
So that's fair enough. It's a call for an offer of proof. You have the discovery, I do not. So, Mr. Lewin, what do you intend to prove of this witness such that this embarrassment is justified?
So, Your Honor, I'm going to go through. This was Mr. Durst, one of his closest friends at the time Kathy disappeared. He was speaking to Mr. Durst during the week after Kathy disappeared. He has said repeatedly that he never asked Bob Durst what happened with Kathy, and has in essence stated that he really didn't want to know the answer. He has further stated, and he gives us information regarding Mr. Durst's cheapness with respect to his friends. He gives information regarding how close Bob Durst was to Susan Berman, how close he was to Nick Chabin. I can go on and on, but the only thing that I did...
You're starting to mention some things that are on the edge of being significant.
But Johnny, can I say something, please, Your Honor?
Yes?
That's not, why would he be impeached then?
So, okay.
So we're gonna bring him here to establish what they want, and then we're gonna show that he's a bad character and associated with Mr. Durst? That's the exact point, Your Honor.
Is that it? Tell me what else he's going, just explain what else he's going to say.
If I continue, I'll go through my list here.
Yes.
He's gonna mention that, then by the way, we should add, the defense told me in advance he was going to be a defense witness, and I agreed to let them call him while he was out here as their witness. So because of that, and in combination with the idea that rather than asking him a bunch of questions in advance, which he was going to obfuscate, lie, evade, etc., that I wanted to demonstrate first that he was not credible and that in essence he was hostile.
So wait a second. So I guess I need an offer of proof from Mr. DeGuerin. Mr. DeGuerin, you're calling him as your witness or establishing on your cross-examination some fact important to Mr. Durst?
The agreement was that I would cross-examine whatever Mr. Lewin puts on as his witness, and then I would take him as my own witness, yes.
And what's your offer of proof?
Well, my offer of proof is that he knew Kathy Durst, he knew Bob Durst, he knew Susan Berman, he was in the group that were all friends, and I want to establish what he knew about that group and their activities in the late 70s, early 80s when Kathy disappeared, and for a little while after that. He's a percipient witness to the relationships that existed at that time.
All right, so your evidence in combination with the people's evidence makes him a witness of substance who can be impeached as he has been.
Why don't we could let him take him now, and then Mr. Lewin could finish after.
I'm more than happy if Mr. DeGuerin prefers. In fact, Your Honor, I made the offer. This was a favor to Mr. DeGuerin and to counsel. I made the offer actually this week, and I said, listen, do you want to do Doug Oliver first? You're more than welcome because I have a lot with him. I did not go through and explain to Mr. DeGuerin how I was going to impeach him, but you would have to be a first-year lawyer, if you've listened to any of the discovery, not to realize where this was heading and the way that he's behaved in court. I'll make the offer right now. If Mr. DeGuerin wants to do his examination now first, I'm more than happy to give up the time to let him start, and I'll finish.
Is
Either
that your
way.
preference? You'd asked to take him on voir dire, so would you like to take the witness as your witness now and then go back to Mr. Lewin?
No, I'm happy for Mr. Lewin to get whatever he thinks he wanted from him, bad enough to have you issue a body attachment for him.
Yes.
Then I'll do mine. Mr. Lewin was gracious enough to let me not have to bring him back out here to get what I want. I might be able to get everything that I want out of Mr. Lewin's examination and my cross-examination of Mr. Lewin's examination. And then, if I don't, then I will say, yes, we now accept him as our witness.
All right, thank you. Thank you for explaining. The offer of proof is acceptable, and the impeachment may proceed. All right. Actually, Mr. Lewin, why don't you come, I want to address an issue with you and Mr. DeGuerin.
Okay.
All right, the jurors and alternates are present. In People versus Robert Durst, Mr. Durst is here with Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Chesnoff. We've got Mr. Lewin and Mr. Milius, Anderson, Yada. The witness, Doug Oliver, has resumed the witness stand. And I'll remind you that you are under oath. Mr. Lewin, you may continue with your examination of the witness.
Mr. Oliver, at the end of the last clip, you said that you would be in England and in essence said that we would have to find you. Why did you say that?
I don't recall why I said that.
You just heard yourself say it though, correct?
Yes?
So you're saying that you don't recall saying it and after listening to it, you don't know why you said it?
No, I don't recall why I said it, to be honest with you.
Did you say it because
Keep
you
your voice
were...
up, please, so that the jurors
Did you say it, Mr. Oliver, because you were trying to be extremely rude?
No, I was not, I did not want to come and testify.
Okay. Do you recall that you were asked during, again, the February 29, 2016 interview, that you were specifically asked about your 2001 comment that Kathy might have been sold into white slavery? Do you recall being asked about that during this phone conversation back from February 29, 2016?
I don't recall discussing, what is it, the white slavery you call it?
Clip D0010, 22916, page 5, line 18, to page 13, line 9.
There's 103.
Yes, and we're getting, at least for a while, Your Honor, we're getting near the end of this current batch of clips.
103 and 103A. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Our let's see. Is there a visual here or just sound?
There should be visual.
Okay, so we don't have that.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Oliver, I know what you said before. I don't know why we can't just...
What are you talking about what I said before?
Let me tell you what you said before. You were interviewed by detectives from New York State Police and Westchester County DA's office on...
I was never in the Westchester DA.
No, listen to me. By an investigator from the Westchester County DA's office. They were together.
Let's get this straight. Let's get the facts straight.
So, you were interviewed by these guys on December 19th.
Purported to be interviewed. Go ahead.
Are you denying that you were interviewed by them?
You told us last time you spoke with Joey Becerra.
Do you remember talking to Joey Becerra?
No.
Okay, well, so here is what...
Who is she?
No, Joey's actually a guy. He is a New York State police detective. And what you ended up saying at the time is that, among other things, you said that at the time that Kathy disappeared, you thought that she, quote, might have been sold into white slavery because of her cocaine problem. So do you recall saying that?
No.
So then that would not reflect your views then. So if that's written down, is your memory, are you saying I didn't say it, or are you saying I just don't remember saying it?
I don't think I said that, but whatever.
Well, so what I want to talk to you about is Kathy...
Sure.
Is Kathy's...
The word slavery.
What?
Is that a fact? Did they should do that?
Are you saying are people sold into white slavery? Listen, it was your...
No, was Kathy, is that what you think happened to her?
Geez, I'm really not... It's not my position to be divulging what we think, but I'm going to do this one thing for you. No, I'm going to do this one thing for you. I will tell you, no, we do not think she was sold into white slavery.
Neither do I, okay.
Okay, so what we want to talk to you about is basically your relationship with Bob Durst, what was going on when Kathy disappeared, and what, if anything, he might have told you.
Well, I don't know if I can recall any of that.
Well, that's why you were able to recall it in 2001 when you were interviewed.
How long ago was that?
December 19, 2001.
And how many years? 15 years? Are you kidding?
Well, you remembered what had happened. It had been 16 years since, 19 years since the incident, and you remembered. So, so you asked me what I wanted to talk to you about. So I just laid out the areas that I want to speak to you about. It is up to you if you want to talk to us. So I'm just listen, this is going to be my last call. If you don't want to talk to us, just tell us. And then what I'll do is I'll just go through the subpoenas. And I don't like to do it because it's inconvenient for the witnesses. But
I don't want to be threatened, but
I'm not threatening you at all. I'm simply telling you what the process is.
how long does that take you?
To do these subpoenas?
No, before you think that I would have to come to California.
Well, what would happen is that you would end up coming for a preliminary hearing. And I don't know what that date is going to be yet.
So, and the fact that I'm fearful of getting on commercial flights, what do you do with that?
You'll have to explain that to the judge in New York, and see if you can get the county of, whatever county you appear in to pay for your private flight.
I'm telling you right now, you guys are never going to get on commercial flights. I guarantee on my life, you'll never get me on a flight. You're going to have to put me in jail in New York.
Well, Ms. Robin, let me ask you this.
Hey, you would do that? Be my guest, okay? I don't like being threatened by you.
Well, I'm not threatening you at all, Mr. Oliver. I'm telling you how...
You're threatening me with something I don't want to do, okay? I'm not threatening you. And you know, this is probably why LA loses all their cases. You guys you're not very bright, obviously.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Oliver. I'm going to take that you don't want to talk to us, and I'll tell you
No,
what.
I didn't say anything.
So here's the situation. I'm going to lay out the last thing.
No, don't lay out the...
No, listen to me. You go ahead. You want to hang up your phone. Listen, you want to hang up your phone.
Your English is not that good for me.
My English is not that good. Okay, so here's the
No,
situation.
you're not being very clear to me. You see, when your voice gets upset, you are unintelligent.
That's interesting. Okay, so here's the deal.
Hey, what's the deal?
We have some questions. We have some questions we'd like to ask you. If you're not willing to do these questions right now, you can tell me no. That's fine.
Hey, you're on my phone. I don't know who you even are.
Oh, are we gonna, Mr. Oliver? Are we gonna play this game? You want to answer the questions or not? If you don't, I'm gonna drag your ass into court in New York. That's what I'm gonna do.
I wasn't disrespectful to you.
You weren't really.
Why would you use foul language to me?
You weren't disrespectful to me. You called me, I believe you said dumb. You told me I was unintelligible.
When you get upset, you are very unintelligent. Then you laugh.
Mr. Oliver, I'm not upset at all. This is, believe it or not, this is probably the funniest thing that's happened.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
It's only Monday, but it's...
Obviously you're enjoying it. Okay, so you like to waste your time.
So here's my question. Do you want to talk now, or do you want me to pursue the options that I have? It's a yes or a no.
I don't know whether I want to talk now.
Well, then I'll start by going, I want to ask you about how did you meet Bob Durst?
I don't know who you are. What identification did I know who you are?
We've been going about what identification. I've given you my numbers.
Send me your identification.
Sit to where? Where would you like my identification
You
set?
can text it to me.
Okay, on this one, you want...
Mr. Oliver, would it be easier if I came in person and interviewed you?
Sure. If you feel like coming in person, where are you?
So I would bring the New York State Police with me, and then we would...
I could be in London. I could be in London, sir.
in London for when, the rest of your life, or?
No, but I'm leaving shortly. I was in London last week. I probably won't be back for a couple weeks.
So here's are you taking unified code?
Here's the thing, Mr. Oliver, right? You're in business, right? You're in real estate?
Supposedly.
Okay. And when you are expecting someone for an answer under the decision, is it frustrating when you feel like you've been given the wrong answer?
What decision are you looking for?
Okay, what we're looking for right now is, do you want to talk, yes or no?
And I don't think so.
Oh, great. We made some progress. Okay. Hey, listen. We'll see you in court, Mr. Oliver. Have a nice day.
Mr. Oliver, would you characterize your attitude and demeanor on that call as cooperative?
I didn't want to come out to testify.
I'm going to ask the question again. Would you characterize your demeanor on that call as cooperative?
As cooperative? I just didn't want to come out here.
I'm going to try a third time. It's a yes or no question. Please listen carefully. Would you characterize your demeanor on that call as cooperative?
No, I was not cooperating.
So, after that call, do you agree that we left you alone and did not attempt to speak with you?
I don't recall whether you left me alone. It feels like you've been, bullying me for years.
Okay.
And you just did it over here between the break.
So again, Mr. Oliver, listen to my question. Did we attempt to call you or to have any further communication with you until you came to court?
From which date?
From the date that we just discussed, which was, let me give you the exact date, Mr. Oliver, 2/29/16. Did we have any contact with you at all?
I don't recall when the last time we had contact.
You agree, though, Mr. Oliver, that you did continue to have contact with Mr. Durst's attorneys?
Yes, I've spoken to the Durst attorneys.
And in fact, you were having contact with Mr. Durst's attorneys.
So will you repeat that answer? Say it out
Yes.
loud.
You were having contact with Mr. Durst's attorneys all along, correct?
All along, what time frame?
So, Mr. Oliver, Mr. Durst was arrested in March of 2015. From March of 2015 until 2019, did you have repeated contacts with Mr. Durst's attorneys and or his investigators?
I believe so, yes.
I can't hear you.
And the best of my knowledge, I had some contact with them.
Approximately how many contacts do you think you had?
I can't recall.
Fair to say that you were substantially more cooperative with them than you were with us?
No, I believe I was cooperating with both of you the same way.
Did you ask Mr. Durst's attorneys to fly you out, pay for gas on your private plane?
They never asked me to come out to meet them.
Did
I came to New York.
you call Mr. Durst's attorneys dumb, unintelligible, or tell them that's why they lose all the cases?
I don't recall saying that to them.
So, you had a jail visit with Mr. Durst on April 22nd, 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also accepted jail calls from Mr. Durst on October 16, 2017, correct?
I accepted, I'm not sure of the dates, but I did accept calls from him.
Does May 3rd, 2018 sound like another jail call you would have accepted?
There were several calls, I don't know the exact dates.
March 20th, 2019? Does that sound about right?
Is that a question?
Yes.
I won't interrupt, but at some point there's something that's been addressed that I need to address with the court.
Okay, I won't forget.
Sorry?
Is that, you need to address it immediately?
No, you're noting it at the point in time in the record, so I don't have to take away from jury time. I'm happy to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut.
Did you have a jail visit with Mr. Durst on October 26, 2019?
Yes.
And isn't it true, Mr. Oliver, that on your own, you came to court in front of Judge Wyndham at the airport on October 28, 2019? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was at the invitation and with the knowledge of Mr. Durst, correct?
Yes.
He told you he was going to be in court and asked you if you would come. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, did we attempt to put you on call as a witness for the trial?
Yes,
And were you cooperative with that request?
yes.
Mr. Oliver, you understand that Judge Wyndham, who's sitting right there, was in court on the same day that we're referring to. I'm going to ask you that question again. Were you cooperative with that request?
Yes,
So you don't recall, Mr. Oliver, refusing to give your phone number to Detective Shamlian and having to have Judge Wyndham order you to be in court. You don't recall that?
I recall him ordering me to be in court.
So you were ordered to be in court, and isn't it true then that shortly after that, you got an attorney, and that attorney asked that you be allowed to be placed on call? Is that correct?
Yes,
At that time, isn't it correct that I asked if you would be willing to sit down for an interview? Is that correct?
I don't recall you asking that.
I can't
I
understand.
don't recall you asking me to sit down.
No, through your attorney, Mr. Oliver,
Through
your
my
attorney came, listen to me, your attorney came to you and asked, informed you that I wanted to interview you and gave you the opportunity, the option to do an interview with me. Is that correct?
When?
October of 2019.
Which attorney?
Stephanie Yanakura? Is that your attorney?
If she came and asked me to meet with you, I would have met with you.
You met with me on October 30th, 2019, correct? By phone. We had an interview, correct?
If that's the day, I believe so, yes.
You need to speak up. You're mumbling, Mr. Oliver. No one can hear you.
It was difficult with this mask on, please.
Well, try to enunciate if you can. Right now, you're being unintelligible.
I'm sorry.
That's better.
All right, Mr. Oliver, you had a phone interview with myself, Mr. Balian, is that correct? And a district attorney investigator, or it might have been Detective Shamlian, on October 30th, 2019. Is that correct? I'm sorry, October 30th, 2019. Do you recall that?
I recall having a call with you, yes.
Now, I want to go back and I want to ask you some questions specifically. If I were to ask you, how would you describe Bob Durst in terms of how he is with his money?
Could you explain to me what do you mean what he's with his money?
Sure. Is it fair to say that Bob Durst is somebody who tends to be pretty cheap with his money?
No.
Do you recall saying, in fact, that unlike you, who likes to spend money on art and cars, Bob Durst is very conservative and frugal with his money? Do you recall saying that?
If I may have said that. I don't recall it, but if that's what I said, can you
So-
show me a transcript or something you're referring to?
So, Mr. Oliver, it's going to be easier if I do this. Do you agree? Do you agree, Mr. Oliver, that your friend Bob Durst is somebody who traditionally is tight with his money?
I wouldn't say he's tight. I would say he was conservative.
Okay. And did you also say that you were unaware of Bob Durst giving away money to his friends?
I don't recall him giving money away to his friends.
Did you say during that interview that you were not aware that Bob Durst had ever given Susan Berman money?
I don't recall what I said during the interview.
Were you aware prior to that interview on October 30th, 2019, that Bob Durst had given Susan Berman money?
Well, I believe that you told me that in one of our conversations that he lent her money.
So listen to my question again.
Okay.
Were you aware before the interview on October 30th, 2019, that Bob Durst had given Susan Berman money? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that he supposedly gave money to her.
And how did you become aware?
Okay, so it's got to be much louder. The witness just said he was aware that he supposedly gave money to her. So, but you need to talk loud.
I'm sorry.
How was it, Mr. Oliver, that you became aware that Bob Durst had given money to Susan Berman?
I believe I read it in the newspaper clippings or maybe in the movies or from you. I'm not sure where I got the information.
You would agree, Mr. Oliver, that the fact that Bob Durst had given Susan Berman $50,000, that surprised you. Is that correct?
I don't think does it surprise me? No, it doesn't surprise me. That's the fact. It's just what it is.
Okay, so listen to me again. You said that Bob Durst was concerned with his money. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of Bob Durst, other than Susan Berman, giving money to his friends? Are you aware of that?
I have no first-hand knowledge of him giving money to his friends.
And would you agree that the Bob Durst that you know in terms of how he is with money, that giving $50,000 to Susan Berman, that would be unusual to you and not what you would expect of your friend Bob Durst?
I don't know if it's unusual. I don't know who he gave money to.
So, Mr. Lewin, I want you to slide that lectern over a little bit. We put that lectern there for so that no juror view would be blocked.
Are we good now, Your Honor?
We had to slide it over a little bit. Now I need you to slide maybe step forward a little bit. And can you see the witness? Can everyone see the witness? Still? Okay. We adjusted the jurors' seats,
Right.
and so that's changed the geometry a little bit.
All right. I have a habit of moving. I will try to stand still. All right. I want to ask you for a moment, did you ever see Bob Durst exhibit any temper?
No.
Did you ever see him violent?
No.
Are you aware of a situation that happened with Bob Durst involving an individual named Peter Schwartz?
Yes.
You were actually there at the apartment that day, weren't you?
To the best of my recollection, I was there, yes.
So how can you be unaware of Bob Durst being violent when you were at an apartment where he kicked a man in the face with a boot?
I did not see him kick anybody with a boot.
Okay, Mr. Oliver, you said at the time you did not actually see it, but you were there when it happened and were aware of the allegation and situation, correct?
Correct.
And you saw Mr. Schwartz with his injury afterwards, correct?
I don't recall seeing or even knowing who Mr. Schwartz was.
So, Mr. Oliver, when you just said a moment ago...
He just, the answer was he didn't recall seeing or even knowing who Mr. Schwartz was in that kind of volume, please. Go ahead.
So, forgetting about names for a moment, you were present in the apartment in 1981 when you were told that Bob Durst had kicked a man in the face, correct?
All I remember is something happened, but I really had no recollection of the facts, and except what I've been reading in the papers and what you've told me.
So when you said a moment ago that you did not know Bob Durst to be violent, you knew about this situation. Is that correct?
It didn't appear to me that, in my recollection, that it was violent, because we were there, it was a party, I forgot what we were doing, but the party went on. It was like not a big incident, because it wasn't like...
Were you aware, Mr. Oliver, that Mr. Schwartz had a broken orbital bone and had to go to the hospital?
I was not aware of that.
So you did not hear people talking about what had just happened when you were in that apartment?
No one talked about it, as I recall.
So your testimony is that Bob Durst kicked somebody in the face in an apartment while you were there, but that afterward nobody spoke about it and you don't remember the incident. Is that your testimony?
No, that's not his testimony. That's an improper summary of what he said.
Well, then he can deny it, Mr. DeGuerin. The witness can take care of himself. Please be seated.
Can you answer my question?
Can you repeat that again, please?
I can't hear you, Mr. Oliver. Please.
Can you repeat it again, please?
Repeat the question.
Certainly. Mr. Oliver, is it your testimony that Mr. Schwartz, I want you to assume the following hypothetical. There's been testimony that Mr. Schwartz was kicked in the face by Mr. Durst, something Mr. Durst has admitted to, in 1981, in that apartment, on the night that you were there? And is it your testimony that after that incident happened, nobody mentioned anything about it?
We didn't talk about it, as far as I can recall.
Okay. And your memory is you don't remember seeing Mr. Schwartz with his broken orbital bone?
I don't remember that at all.
And so when I asked you if Mr. Durst had ever been violent, you either forgot that incident or didn't think that was an incident of violence. Is that correct?
I don't recall it as being a violent incident.
Let me ask
That's
you,
right.
when you first met Kathy Durst, I'm sorry, when you first met Bob Durst, was he already married to Kathy?
Yes,
Did you ever meet Kathy?
yes.
What was she like?
She's a lovely young lady.
At the time, were you aware of the status of their marriage?
No,
Did you meet Kathy at or near the time you met Bob in 1977?
I believe so.
And at that time, were you aware that Bob Durst was having affairs?
No,
In fact, you said during the interview that you had with myself and investigators in October of 2019 that you were unaware of any cheating by Bob Durst. You didn't know anything about any infidelity. Is that correct?
yes,
And is that still your testimony right now?
yes, he never discussed that with me.
Okay. Did Bob Durst ever talk to you about his marriage?
No, not really.
And have you previously said that you did not believe they had any marital problems because Bob Durst never mentioned anything about it?
I was not aware of the problems they were having.
Did you notice any change in their relationship from the time you met them in 1977 until Kathy disappeared in 1982?
To the best of my recollection, I didn't notice any changes.
I'm sorry,
So-
say that
To
again.
the best of my recollection, I did not notice any changes.
Again, Mr. Oliver, you start off talking and then you fade off, and no one can understand what you're saying.
Here, so I'm gonna give you my microphone, all right? This is the best microphone in the room, okay? The court reporter couldn't even hear
Can I
you
take this
before, and
off?
she's 69, you can't take it off. I'm sorry.
You want mine?
No, I don't want yours.
How's that, gentlemen?
That's good.
I guess I should have done that in the first place.
It's my accident, I apologize.
Okay. Did you know at the time that Kathy disappeared that she and Bob were in discussions regarding a divorce?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall saying during your 2019 interview that you actually found out about it, but you're not sure how you heard about the information?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Do you recall during your 2019 interview saying, yes, you were aware that they were having issues, but you are not sure how it was you learned of that information?
Yes,
And is that a correct statement?
I would say so, yes.
Were you aware at any time while it was happening that Bob Durst was being violent with Kathy?
No, I have no recollection of any violence.
And you became aware subsequent, you're aware now, that Bob Durst was violent with his wife Kathy, correct?
I only know what you've told me.
Well, you saw the movie All Good Things, correct?
You know, I think I saw it, I can't remember.
So it,
Is that the,
with where what's wrong with me? Where Ryan Gosling, thank you, and Kirsten Dunst. Ryan Gosling plays Bob Durst. Kirsten Dunst plays Kathy. You saw that movie, Mr. Oliver, correct?
and I don't recall if I saw it. I know it exists, but I'm not sure if I watched it.
So you're saying they make a movie about one of your closest friends and his missing wife, and you're not sure if you saw the movie?
I don't recall watching it, okay?
Well, you do recall watching The Jinx, though, correct?
Yes,
And you agree that during The Jinx, your friend Bob Durst was very open about the fact that he was physically and emotionally abusing his wife, correct?
maybe I should watch it. I really don't remember anything about the movie. I mean, the Jinx. I didn't particularly like it.
Clip number D0029, 10/30/19, page 52, line 22 to page 53, line 7.
Governor may be marked as 104 and 104A.
104, 104A.
You're aware that on the Jinx, Bob admitted, Bob's talking about how he used to be violent with Kathy.
Can we stop?
That there's a scene, do you remember this scene?
I really put the jinx out of my mind. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Object, his view, whether he has one or not, of what the jinx says is not relevant.
This is going to his credibility and his honesty about what he knew about the domestic violence relationship, and that goes to the credibility of the remainder of his testimony.
Well,
He's also being impeached by what he originally said during this interview.
Overruled.
You're aware that on the Jinx, Bob admitted, Bob's talking about how he used to be violent with Kathy. That there's a scene, do you remember this scene?
I really put the jinx out of my mind. I didn't like it at all.
I understand that.
I don't remember that scene. I'll go watch it. If you like it, I'll watch it again.
No, where I'm going with this, Doug, is, and I get it, what you're basically telling me is that you don't want to think about Bob being violent. You completely put that out of your mind because that's not the Bob you know. Right?
Does that refresh your recollection about having been aware of violence involving Bob and Kathy from the Jinx?
Yes, it refreshes my memory that there was violence in the movie, The Jinx.
And your response to that was you didn't want to think about it because Bob's your friend, correct?
No, I don't want to think about it.
For the reason I just said, because Bob is your friend, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you, would you describe Kathy Durst as a person who flashed her money?
No, neither of them were flashy people.
In fact, you would agree that Kathy walked around more like a hippie than a debutante, is that correct?
I don't think she was a hippie. She was a nice lady.
10/30/19, clip D0027, page 46, lines 14 through 23.
105, 105A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Isn't it fair to say that Kathy was, more of a hippie than she was a debutante?
Yes, she was more of a hippie, girl next door type of person.
And would you also agree that Kathy would not be the kind of person that would be out flashing money and fancy jewelry, the person you knew?
No, because the Durst and the whole family, they didn't need to flash it. They just their name told you what they were.
So, Mr. Oliver, the Kathy Durst you know, if it was suggested that Kathy Durst was out about town flashing her wealth, would that be inconsistent or consistent with the Kathy Durst you knew?
Yes, it would be inconsistent.
Did you ever visit the Dursts in their South Salem cottage?
Yes.
In fact, you were there a couple of different times before Kathy disappeared, is that right?
Yes. I would refresh my memory yesterday when I saw the document that you're referring to regarding the interview.
And in fact, you stayed in a downstairs guest room where you had to go downstairs to get to it, is that correct?
I don't recall it, but if that's what it said, yes.
And if you said that in 2001 to investigators, that would have been true, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you about Susan Berman. Did you ever meet her?
Yes.
And how did you meet Susan?
Through Bob.
If I were to ask you, what was Susan Berman like?
One word?
Sure.
Needy.
Needy, okay. Did you also describe her as a powerhouse?
No.
During your October 2019 interview, did you say Susan was a powerhouse who would take control of a room?
Did I say that?
So, well, let's say it this way. Do you agree that that is an accurate assessment of her?
If I said that, then that's what happened.
So is that a proper assessment of her?
Yes, when she came into a room, she was the center of attraction.
And if I were to ask you, how close was the relationship between Bob Durst and Susan Berman?
I think it was very close.
You agree it was extremely close, correct?
I'm not sure what extremely means.
Well, you've used that word. You used it during the 2019 interview, didn't you?
Well, then, okay, if I said that, then yes, extremely close.
So, am I correct, Mr. Oliver, that basically, as long as I ask you a question where I can tell you you've said this before, you'll agree to it, but if not, you'll just deny it?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that again, please?
So, Mr. Oliver, I've noticed that the questions that I ask, you first say they're not true, you don't remember. Then I tell you, well, Mr. Oliver, you said this in a certain date. Then you'll say, well, if I said it, I guess it's true. So my question to you is, are you up there on the witness stand and have you taken a position that the only questions you're going to answer are the ones you've already answered?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that Susan was closer to Bob than you were?
Yes.
And would you agree that as far as you know, Bob was closer to Susan than any other person?
I don't know if she was the closest person. I mean,
Who would you say, Mr. Oliver, the people that you knew that were closer to Bob Durst and Susan?
I think Nick was as close.
So it would be Nick Chavin and Susan Berman were the two people closest to her, correct? I'm sorry, Nick Chavin and Susan Berman were the two people closest to Bob.
That would be my opinion, yes.
Was Susan the kind of person that you would, quote, never want to cross, unquote?
No, she wasn't. No. I mean, was she fearful?
Do you recall why you said during your 2019 interview that Susan is someone you would never want to cross? Do you know why you said that?
No, I don't remember why I said that.
I want you to assume for a moment that you said it.
Okay.
Any idea as you sit here why that might have come out of your mouth?
I don't know why I said that.
Let's talk about Kathy's disappearance for a moment. How did you find out that Kathy had disappeared?
I found out through the reading in the papers, the Post.
So you're saying that one of your close friends' wives disappears, and you find out about it by reading it in the newspaper?
Yes.
Did Bob Durst ever talk to you about it?
No.
Did that seem strange to you, Mr. Oliver?
I was a little surprised, but Bobby was always a very private person, and I think when someone disappears, people go through it in different ways, and that's the way he wanted to deal with it, was to be quiet about it, I guess.
Well, Mr. Oliver, do you have any experience with anybody else that you've known in your life whose wife suddenly disappears, never to be heard from again? Do you have any experience with that?
With someone's wife or just someone?
No. Do you have experience with
Yes.
someone's wife disappearing, never to be
not,
heard from
not
again?
a wife. I have experience with someone, a family member who disappeared.
Motion to strike, the answer is non-responsive.
Okay, stricken.
Listen to my question again. Do you have experience with anybody that you know where their wife suddenly disappears, never to be heard from again?
No.
So when Bob Durst's wife disappeared and you found out about it from the newspaper, I assume you asked him about it, correct?
I didn't have a chance to ask him about it at that time.
What do you mean?
Well, Bob had, we weren't talking, and then I found out about it from the paper, and and I tried to reach Bob, he didn't return my calls.
Well, isn't it true, Mr. Oliver, that you spoke to Bob Durst several times that week after Kathy disappeared?
You showed me the information that the calls were made.
And you agree, though, that was your phone number?
That was my phone number.
And the time of the calls indicated to you that you actually had conversations with Mr. Durst, correct?
I was thinking about it last night after you told me about it, and I'm not sure if I actually spoke to him.
Isn't it true, Mr.
I must have talked to him at least once. I spoke to him a few times that week, yes.
And did he ever mention to you, hey, you know what, my wife's missing?
No.
Do you think that would have been something that you would have expected him to mention?
I accepted Bobby for what he was, and if he didn't want to talk to me about something that was upsetting, and I don't think it's so wrong that he didn't talk to me.
So I want to back up. At the time, Mr. Oliver, you now know that Bob Durst was aware that his wife was missing, correct? And you were speaking to him, and he did not mention anything about it. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the whole conversation, the whole question.
Okay. You are now aware today that during the week after Kathy disappeared, that Bob Durst is now aware that his wife is allegedly missing, and he doesn't say anything to you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you didn't know anything about it either, correct?
Correct. Until it came out in the Post. I'm not sure what day that was.
So how could you have been trying to protect his privacy about something you didn't know had happened?
I wasn't trying to protect his privacy.
So let me ask you again.
I was just respecting, in retrospect, I'm respecting the fact that he didn't want to talk about it.
Well, don't you find it, Mr. Oliver, completely incomprehensible that your close friend's wife has allegedly disappeared and he never mentions it to you?
I think that's what he wanted, you know? He didn't want to talk about it.
Do you know why he didn't want to talk about it?
No.
Did you ever ask him?
No, I never asked him why he didn't want to talk about it.
And you've been very clear that at the time, you did not understand why Bob Durst did not mention it to you, correct? You've thought back and said, boy, I don't understand why he didn't tell me, correct?
Yes, I didn't understand why.
Do you understand why now?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I think I've seen other people who have lost loved ones to missing, and I've seen they seem to want a lot of privacy in these matters.
But do you know what the 5 stages of grief are, Mr. Oliver? You ever heard of that?
No, what are they?
You've never heard of the 5 stages of grief?
I don't recall what they are, I'm sorry.
Denial, questioning, anger, bargaining, acceptance. It's a level where people over time with grief, it takes them a certain amount of time and they go through different stages. So my question to you would be, you're talking to Bob Durst the week his wife disappeared. Don't you think he would be trying to figure out where she was rather than wanting privacy about what happened to his wife, something he supposedly doesn't know anything about? Does that make sense to you?
Well, explain to me that they were, that the family was spending money with detectives and they were looking. Later on I found out about that.
You didn't find out about that from Bob Durst, though, did you?
No, we didn't discuss it.
Did Bob Durst ever ask you for help?
No.
So, did you ever bring up to him, hey, what do you think ever happened to Kathy?
Once.
And can you tell me about that conversation?
I can't recall the conversation, but I remember he told me we're doing everything we can. It's very upsetting. We're getting lots of sightings all over the world. And I just, he indicated to me he'd just rather not discuss it.
Clip D0025, 103019, page 35, line 18 to page 36, line 1.
106? 106, 106A?
D 25.
When you first heard she disappeared, what did you think?
You get this shirt? I didn't know what happened to her.
Well, I mean, I understand you didn't know, but I would assume that, did you ever ask Bob what he thought? When you say he didn't want to talk about it, how do you know that Bob didn't want to talk about it?
We never talked about it. And believe me, I have to. I'm forced off that I'm sure I asked.
So, Mr. Oliver, you asked Bob what happened to Kathy, and he made it clear to you that was not a subject he wanted to talk about, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever ask him, Mr. Oliver, if he was involved in her disappearance?
No.
That was intentional, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
You didn't want to know, correct?
No, no, of course I wanted to know what happened to her.
So you asked one time what happened to her in a forceful way and then gave up and never asked again.
We never discussed it again.
You never discussed it again because you never asked about it and he never volunteered, correct?
Yes, correct.
I asked you about this issue, about whether or not you had talked to Bob at all about Kathy's disappearance during the October 30th, 2019 interview. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that.
10/30/19, D0026, page 38, line 28 to page 40, line 26.
107? 107, 107A.
So it's fair to say, Doug, that although you know Bob didn't want to talk about Kathy's disappearance, you do not know why. Is that fair?
Do I know why you don't talk about it?
Well, so, no. You just told me, yeah, Bob didn't want to talk about Kathy. So if I asked you the question, Doug, do you know why Bob didn't want to talk about Kathy?
Well, how am I going to know why?
So I assume the answer would be no. I do not know why Bob didn't want to talk about Kathy. Correct?
I'm not sure what I'm doing. I apologize.
Well, no, listen. So listen, I'm gonna explain it.
The woman disappeared.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about it. Okay. We had a really nice, and then we went on. I guess we totally forgot about it. Maybe I was a bad friend. I should have asked more. But well, we had several years where we had a lot of fun. We did all kinds of things. And you make me feel like I was a bad friend.
No. Listen, Doug, this is not about you or what kind of friend you were.
It's certainly about me.
No, this is about this murder case that I'm handling. So hold on a minute. So you said a moment ago, these weren't my words, you saw that you are in...
All I can say is I didn't feel Bob wanted to talk to me, so we didn't talk about it. And what was I supposed to do?
No, Doug, I understand that. So all that I'm saying is that because Bob didn't talk about it, all that you can say is, I know Bob didn't want to talk about it, but I'm not inside his head. I can't tell you why he didn't want to talk about it. I can just tell you he didn't want to talk about it. And it seems like you don't want to answer that question. That's a pretty easy question. So that's either a yes or no.
What is the question?
The question is, do you...
Let me write this down.
Okay, you ready? Do you know why Bob did not want to talk about Kathy's disappearance?
Do you know why Bob
did not want to talk about Kathy's disappearance?
Mr. Oliver, you seriously had to write down that question to answer it?
I did.
Isn't it true, Mr. Oliver, that that was merely a means of delaying answering a question that you didn't want to answer?
No, I answered the question.
Listen to my question again, Mr. Oliver. I asked you a simple question. You didn't answer it. Then you said you needed to write approximately an 8-word question down, which you then wrote. You can hear you writing on it. Does that make sense to you that you would need to write down that question to be able to answer it?
It made sense to me.
You didn't want to answer the question, though, did you?
I didn't want to answer any of your questions.
Well, Mr. Oliver, you would agree that there were some of my questions that you were much more reluctant to answer than others. Is that correct?
No, I didn't want to answer any of them.
Your phone number back at that time in New York, what was it?
212-288-7318.
And you looked at the phone records. I showed them to you. And you know that you had calls with Bob Durst the week after Kathy disappeared, correct?
You showed me those records?
Yes?
Just refresh my memory. Can you tell me when you showed them to me?
You want to see them right now?
Yes, please.
Sure. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
These are, this is a part of People's 69. We are on page 3 of 69. You go take a look.
All right.
Let me know when you're done.
I'll finish.
Okay? You agree there were calls from Bob Durst to you that week. Is that correct? Kathy disappeared.
There were calls to my home number, yes.
And Mr. Oliver, you've already said that at that time, that if there was, for instance, a 6-minute call, it would have been you that would have spoken to Mr. Durst, correct?
The best of my recollection, probably I spoke to Mr. Durst.
Do you recall what subjects you talked about with Bob Durst in the immediate aftermath of his wife's disappearance?
You mean in those calls?
Yes.
I don't recall the calls at all.
Do you recall talking to Mr. Durst on January 31st at 7 p.m.?
No.
I'm going to show you the same exhibit I showed you before.
I thought that was only this February. Where's it? Where's the one on December 31st?
No.
Isn't this 203,
No.
February 3rd?
No.
No, what?
Hold on.
Is this the date, sir?
The date is on the...
131 is January 31st, correct?
correct, the date-
203 is February 3rd, right?
That's
Correct?
correct, that's
Okay.
correct.
So,
Hold on.
so you asked me on the 31st?
Correct. Hold on a second. You got your fingers on top.
Wait, hold on for what?
May I look at the document, Mr. Oliver? One moment. Hold on a second. Here, just put it. Hold on.
We're going to break it. We're going to break. Pardon me? Not happening, sorry.
We'll come back to this, Mr. Oliver. Hold on one moment.
You got it. I'm giving you a minute and a half.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you agree that after Kathy Durst disappeared, that other than that one conversation that you've now discussed where your statement was played, that you never had another conversation with Mr. Durst about Kathy's disappearance?
Yes.
And that's, even though it's 1982, we're now in 2021, in 39 years, one conversation.
Well, of those 39 years, 29 of those, I really have not had any contact with Bob, except for the last 4 years.
In the last 4 years, have you had a conversation with Mr. Durst about what happened to his wife, Kathy?
No, I don't believe we have.
Why?
Well, but he's in jail.
You've spoken to him, is that correct?
When I spoke to Bob in jail, I didn't really want to talk about what he was here for, and I thought it'd be nice to have discussions about some pleasant things.
Also, his lawyers told you not to talk to Bob about anything related to the case, correct?
Yes, they said that it's not good to talk because everything's taped.
Objections? Yeah.
That's going to be part of what I was going to talk about later.
Okay, I'm gonna strike that answer, disregard it, ladies and gentlemen. And it is 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Mr. Oliver, you are ordered to be in this courtroom tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. There's an objection. Our jurors are gone. There's an objection to the last question. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, so you may re-ask it tomorrow if it is, but we'll talk about it. Yes, Mr. Chesnoff?
First of all, Your Honor, Mr. Lewin elicited answers about Mr. Durst's custodial status in this case.
No, that was volunteer.
No,
that was
he
volunteer.
asked him on his he used the word jail calls, Your Honor. That was Mr. Lewin's words.
That's right. Before he volunteered it, there was a
Three references.
These have been, as the court is aware, and the court instructed, I believe, at the beginning of this trial, there's numerous pieces of evidence that have come in involving Mr. Durst's jail calls, which have been referred to in opening, et cetera. The second issue, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor, it's not unavoidable. They can be called calls. It's a direct reference to his custodial status, which we object to, Your Honor.
Okay.
And believe that it should not happen again, and I will, for the record, ask you to mistry the case because it's totally improper for the prosecution to inform the jury that a man on trial for murder is in custody. That's
okay. Well, so your motion for a mistrial is denied. It's a brief reference that does not would not conceivably prejudice the jury. I'll instruct them, if you like, that they're not to take his custody status into account. That's appropriate.
Your Honor, with respect to the questions about the attorneys, as an offer of proof, and it's going to come up on the jail calls, Mr. Oliver is telling, when Bob is starting to say things on the jail calls, the witness says, your attorneys told me that I'm not supposed to have you say anything, you're not supposed to discuss anything. So it's relevant for two issues. Number one, Mr. Oliver is completely cooperating with Bob Durst's lawyers. Number two, he is deliberately, when he's talking to Bob Durst, trying to make sure that Bob Durst is not saying anything, which goes against the very first thing that he said in this case when he took the stand, which is that he is here to provide information, that he is unbiased.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, Mr. Lewin, and this is why, because he now stands accused of a crime, and it's appropriate for him not to discuss it. It's appropriate for his lawyers not to talk to him. Tell him not to discuss it. There's nothing wrong with that. The jury shouldn't draw.
No, Your Honor, not Bob Durst. Your Honor, let's be clear. Bob Durst is not saying this. Doug Oliver is saying.
Doesn't matter who says it. You're eliciting the lawyer's advice to the client.
No, Your Honor, no, it's not advice to the client, it's the advice to Doug Oliver, and it goes to Mr. Oliver's bias, because Doug Oliver is talking to the defense all day.
All right, so that's very important. That is advice to Doug Oliver, not to the defendant.
But Your Honor, it's a reflection on the advice that has been given to Mr. Durst by his lawyers not to discuss anything, which is his right. And once again, the prosecution is basically commenting on Mr. Durst's silence. This whole line of questioning about why Bob Durst isn't discussing his missing wife, he's represented by counsel back then too, Your Honor.
It's the opposite, Your Honor. Doug Oliver is the one telling Bob Durst, hey, don't say anything. Your lawyers told me you shouldn't be discussing it. There is no attorney-client relationship between Doug Oliver and Bob Durst's lawyers.
So I think it's different to the extent that wouldn't require a mistrial. It could reflect on credibility, but that's always there's always some relevant purpose to something that bears upon attorney-client relations. I don't think this interferes with that, but I think you have to be careful, Mr. Lewin.
Your Honor, it's definitely more prejudicial than probative. If Mr. Lewin's purpose is to undermine the credibility of this witness, I think that one could say that he's had plenty of ammunition. To have to comment on Mr. Durst's right to remain silent, it is more prejudicial than probative.
It is not commenting.
That is a good argument. That's a better argument.
Your Honor, I'm not going to comment at all. This has nothing to do with Mr. Durst's right to remain silent.
He won't stop.
It is not Mr. Durst who's saying things. It is Mr. Oliver.
Right. So here's the thing. I don't think there's a Sixth Amendment or Fifth Amendment problem here.
Okay.
But I do think this is more prejudicial than probative. So I did strike the answer.
Okay.
I told the jury to disregard it. I'm instructing not to ask questions of that nature. You have destroyed the credibility of this witness already. But that's fine.
Your Honor, what does that do? I have a jail call that I'm going to be playing, and on the jail call you hear Mr. Oliver say this. Now that's coming from Mr. Oliver's voice. I would assume that is an offer of proof of what is going to be played.
Well, show me the text, and perhaps it can be edited.
Do you want me to show it to you now?
Well, it's
Your Honor, he's already.
and I want everyone else to go home.
Oh, Your Honor, okay.
I'll look at it. But
Okay.
yeah, don't take.
You already established that the man. You already established this. Now he wants to do it again. That's why I got upset, because he established
No,
it.
I'm going to rule on your objection, Mr. Chestnut.
Thank you.
So it's fine. Okay. Anything else before the hammer comes on the bell?
Please bring it down.
Department 81 in absentia. Department 1 is adjourned. There we go.